Hey, it is the antisocial socialite back at it again. Shout out to everybody in 2024. I know it's been a minute and a half. I would ask everybody to give me feedback on the audio, but there aren't that many people here because I just went live because somebody finally lured me out of my hole in the ground, as it were. And as we know, it's the woman I love to hate that is Pearl. so, and also, a few weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago, I was online. This really wholesome guy. He's got a great channel, Chef Ricardo. Not Chef Ricardo. There's two, and he has a smaller platform. Loving man. He does a lot of motivational live streams while he's taking his kids to work. He's showing you like a bit of a day in the life kind of thing. And he was like, come on, sis, we can't let the devil win, go live today. But I was having problems with my struggle Wi-Fi. So I couldn't go live that day. And I did go back and I said to the brother, I will post a link or show you his channel, so you guys can go and subscribe. Jamaican brother, but lives in the UK in Birmingham. And so I said, I will go live. I will do it. I have a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, but never really just got round to addressing. So I hope that the audio is coming good. I should just play it back really to see for myself what it's saying. And so as the title says, why I support International Women's Day. I don't know. I was going through YouTube, was it yesterday? And I came across this video. And, if one person gets my goat and gets my gripe up, it's definitely Pearl. Okay. So we're going to just run through a video. For every minute that the video lasts, I have to talk for 10 minutes on that point. So hopefully this shouldn't take too long, but let's see where it goes. I hope the audio is coming good and clear. So without further ado.
Today, Friday the 8th of March, marks, as I'm sure you know, International Women's Day. For over a decade, women and girls use this day to simply celebrate their gender. But not all women think it's a great idea. Joining me now is YouTuber and anti-feminist influencer, Pearl Davis. Thanks very much for being with us, Pearl. I obviously don't have a right.
So obviously this man is taking the mickey a little bit because he's like, not all women think the same, And obviously he's feeding into this issue where men are not allowed to have an opinion. They're not allowed to have an opinion. But, so anyway.
To talk about this subject at all, but
why not?
Well, men aren't allowed to talk about women. We all know that.
Why?
We can establish what
famous
it's
rule.
A safe space here.
Famous rule in the modern era. Anyhow, what do you make of all this? Are you celebrating International Women's Day in a big way?
I think that we should focus on accomplishment rather than just being a woman. I don't see the need to have an International Women's Day by virtue of just being a woman. Why don't we focus on something that we have accomplished? 50% of the population is born a woman. You didn't do anything to become competent at something or become great at something. It's just, celebrating being a woman for being a woman. And what have we really accomplished?
Okay, so this is, I listened to this yesterday. I didn't really take any notes. I wish I had now. But, I don't really have a lot to say because I will get to the crux of the matter at the end. It's not going to be a long video. But she said, on one hand, what have we accomplished? But then she goes on to say, we should celebrate the women who have accomplished something. So for those women who have accomplished something in the West, then shouldn't we be celebrating those women? Therefore, International Women's Day is relevant. I understand what she's getting at. Like, you're born a female, okay? So where's the achievement? Everybody should be celebrated. Number one, there's an International Men's Day as well. Men's Day is in November, right? And we don't say, oh, because you're a man who's accomplished something, let's celebrate you. Because not all men have accomplished anything. With all due respect, there's lots of men out here who are losers. They're not doing anything. They're not accomplishing anything. They're not striving. They're not even working. They're not trying. So when Men's Day comes around, do we not celebrate them just because they're men? So why is it there has to be a thing about, oh, we need to have accomplishments for the women, but we let men slide? You know, this is not a beat them up, kick them down channel. I don't beat up women just to be beating them. Do you understand? I say what I personally think, and I have smoked for men and women. But my personal stance is that what women do is not purely predicated on what men do. Women are autonomous beings. That as you reach a certain age, you have to be accountable and responsible for your actions. But I am somebody who is going to say, I understand things like past trauma, your childhood, your environment, all those things contribute to who we become as adults and the decisions that we feel are available to us, the options that we feel are available to us. So for that reason, I'm not just going to kick somebody down because they make bad decisions, because anybody can make a bad decision. We all have said and done things that we look back and we regret. So it takes a level of maturity and understanding about life to be able to nuance this conversation. All right. So as much as I criticize women on this channel, it's because of my personal experience of being a woman and being at the hands of women, you know, to put a finer point on it. Okay. So when Pearl is talking about why do we need to celebrate International Women's Day, okay, she's going to reel off the same rhetoric that she heard somewhere from some goofy white man, because let me be real, I understand that there are black men who talk about the STD rates and the single parent household and the single mothers and the obesity and the abortion rates and the, you know, the scamming or whatever, the twerking and the degenerate behavior in public, etc., etc. Yes, but we know that it was the white boys who were really talking about a lot of these things, not first, because actually a lot of the white content creators, they took their theories from black content creators, the Tariq Nasheeds, you know, from back in the day, because Tariq's been around a long time. A lot of these veterans in the game, it was them. I'm not saying there were no white people, there were, but there were also a lot of black content creators that these white guys took information from. And this is the audience that Pearl is trying to tap into. That's why she's going to a Nick Fuentes, because at the end of the day, what black person is really supporting Nick Fuentes, apart from, I hate to say it, a coon, a sellout, somebody who hates being black, is probably bleaching every day. And, you know, people are going to look at me and say, oh, why you say something like that? There are people that wake up, you know, even in this space, I'm not going to name no names, but you know who you are. You know, every day they wake up and look in the bed and pray that their blackness has fallen off in the sheets. You know, I mean, you know, and every time Halloween comes around, their only costume is KKK outfit. Come on now, stop. You know, some of these people, the Tommy Sotomayers of the world, every day they despise their brown skin, and they're probably, you know, taking the Donald Trump approach and drinking bleach. They're trying to get white as you know, if you can't join them, beat them, or whatever it is. I don't know what they're doing, but they're out here just trying. They're out here trying to be the white man's bitch. I'm trying to think of another word or another way to say it, but I can't. You know, they're jumping through any hoop that the white man puts out, you know. they love, I don't know what they love, but they're out here looking for Zaddy's approval, you know. And so there's some of them in this space, you know. I find it hard to have a conversation with these people because I love being black. There's so many great things. Let me just take, you know, go off on a tangent. There's so many great things about black culture, our food, the way we dance, our natural bodies, like our skin. Like our skin can take sun and it doesn't age us. It invigorates us. This is why a lot of black people in the West are probably struggling, because we live in climates that are not conducive to, we're close to nature in the sense we love to be outside. Just anywhere where there's black people, we outside. We outside. If it's a street corner, if it's the park, if it's outside on the porch, we just love to be outside and enjoying the natural world. We don't feel better unless we are by the beach or in the forest. You know, you go back home, West Indies, wherever, Africa, you're walking, you know, your feet is touching that earth, the sun is beating down on you. Man, anybody who goes abroad like that, you know they've been abroad. They just come back invigorated. And because of the melanin, our skin is not damaged by the sun the way fairer people are affected by the sun. We come out bronze. We're looking, you know, blacker the berries, sweeter the juice. I mean, man, I think about the sun and I'm just getting ready to strip and go lie out there and just irradiate me, please, you know? So, like, there's such a richness to black culture. Our hair, the things we can do with it, the range of complexions, the range of features. I mean, man, I'm not going to say black people are superior, but in so many ways, black people are superior physically. All the inventions that we created, the innovation, the dancing, everything is just, it's just such a shame how it's been hijacked and destroyed. And if you're a black person, a melanated person, and you don't appreciate being a black person, that's your right, okay? But I can't sit here and be like, no, I don't respect black people because there's a handful, a minority, which is out of control. I can't do that because I know a lot of decent black people as well as the degenerates. And I know where that degeneracy came from. It's not just inherent within the black genetics to be a degenerate. And we know that across the board, in every culture, in every group, it's there. So there's so many great things about being a black person that I'm not going to just destroy the entire group because of the ones who do the wrong thing. Okay. So Pearl just out here talking rubbish about nothing, and she's going to get into something to do with that later. I don't know. I went off on a tangent, but I just wanted to say that this is not a channel to just put down black people all the time. We have to address the ones who are doing the wrong thing. I do wrong things. I need to address myself. I look in the mirror and say, you're getting on the internet and you're running your mouth. Are you doing some of these things? So I'm not going to say I'm not a hypocrite. I am a hypocrite. I've been a hypocrite. I'm not even going to lie. There's no point to front, but I need to work on it. It's about improvement. It's about, doing a boo-boo or get off the pot, as they say. We've come to the point now where these issues have been thoroughly thrashed out. We have broken it down to the minutest of fractions. We know where the issue is. It's now decision time. Are we going to make the necessary changes to be better, or are we just going to continue spinning around having this? This is why I can't support, as we know, I'm not a massive fan of the Lapeef network and these newer content creators, because, as people like Wacky would call it, stagnation content. For me, it's stagnation because it's not driving the conversation really forward. We're spinning around having the same conversations about the same topics, and it's not helping it's not helping that much. This situation, for example, with B. Taylor is a prime example. This lady has been in this space hovering about for quite some time. And yet, for some reason, she still ends up falling into the hands of a fake man, a lesbian who manipulated her. Okay. And it's like, how, after you've been in these conversations for so long, probably years at this point, you still manage to get sucked in by a lesbian? That doesn't make any sense to me, unless, your brain is not engaged and your mind is not open. Because I don't understand how you allowed this to happen to you. Are you not learning anything? Are you not growing? Are you not developing in any way? How did this happen? So obviously this person is not making a difference, because all these channels, or not these channels, but these conversations that these people are engaging in is not making a difference. Because if it was making a difference, you wouldn't fall in this trap. So it was just ridiculous to me, that whole B Taylor situation. And and I was tempted to comment, and I might do like a pre-record, because at this point it's just a ridiculous situation. So Pearl is here babbling about why we need to look at accomplishments. She says to the lady who's going to come on in a bit, you contradicted yourself. But Pearl herself has just contradicted herself, because she's saying, why are we celebrating International Women's Day? Because you simply have a vagina and you was born a woman. You didn't actually do anything. But when a man is born with a penis and hasn't done anything, we still celebrate Men's Day. Obviously, there's more to talk about with men, because men do uphold society. Men are I will say this now, I do believe men are superior to women. And, I'm happy about that. And I'm here for it. My hands are wide open. My wrists are broken. Okay. I'm female. I'm weaker. I'm your little baby. I need to be taken care of. The days of the strong and independent woman is giving everybody fibroids and stress and gray hairs we don't need in places we don't want to talk about. Okay. So I'm not one of these women out here saying, go and juggle 600 plates out here and be superwoman. That is killing us. It's killing us. So we weren't designed for that. As I know Kevin Samuels popularized the statement, stress is made for shoulders, not hips. And he's 110% right. Every woman wants to be taken care of. They want to be provided for. They want to be protected. You can't have all those things if you're out in the forefront. So our men are superior. Men are superior to women where it really matters. Are we superior to men in certain areas? Yeah, of course. Because we're supposed to be soft, we're supposed to be nurturers, we're supposed to be nesters and builders. So whereas a man is like, I'll just get a chair, something to put my food and my drink on, I got a TV and my PlayStation, I'm good to go. 40-year-old man living like a student in student accommodation with a beat down chair. A woman is going to come in and, add some pizzazz, some glitz, some glamour, coordinating throw pillows with the curtains and things like that. And she's going to turn that house into a home, hopefully. She's going to create an environment that is homely. It's not just a house. She turns it into a home. So do women have strengths? Do men have strengths? Yes. But are the strengths that women have building society? I would have to admit, no, the answer is not really, in my opinion. I'm not saying that women are valueless, but women's contribution is different to the man's contribution. And the contributions that men make society better for everybody. The firefighters. I don't need, if God forbid there's a fire, I don't need a little dibby 5'2" scrawny woman trying to lug my heavy ass out of a burning building. It's just not going to happen. The two of us are going to die in there. So I need that big strong man to come and pick my fat ass up and take me out. I need him to build the road. I'm not digging no damn road. I'm not going into any sewer. The street will be flooded before I go in the sewer. I'm not picking rubbish. Actually, rubbish I might pick, as long as you give me enough PPE and gloves and a mask, because has anyone ever been passed by a rubbish truck? Like, after it's long gone, the road just still stinks like shit. Like, but I will do that job, just chucking the bags in. I can just about manage that. I might sweep the streets, but I gotta have headphones because I don't want to hear nobody talking shit to me while I'm sweeping the street. But that's a relatively all right job. You know, I'm not doing these jobs. Man, I tried to update some stuff on the laptop yesterday. I nearly put the laptop through the window. It's like just the jargon and to read and then just to click OK. Man, I cannot do IT. This is another reason why I'm not online. I can't work this damn thing. So the things that men do and maintain, they make society better for all of us, including us women. So, you know, I understand that men are accomplishing more things than women simply because, you know, they are superior in terms of intelligence, in terms of physical strength. You know, I heard one woman complaining about a man being like having testosterone and that makes them cocky and do stupid things. And I'm walking past a person on a crane or a person washing the windows of a high-rise building. It's like if I stand at the top of the stairs, I have vertigo, and you're on like the 112th floor wiping down the windows. Like, who's going to wash these windows? Or do we need to just invent self-washing windows if it's left up to women, which we can't do because most of us are not technologically advanced like that. So we're just all going to be living with dirty windows because nobody's got the freaking balls to go out there and wash them. So I thank God for that man's testosterone and his show-off behavior and how he wants to prove to everybody that he can jump from the window cleaning something from side to side when it's, you know, halfway in the clouds to wipe down the damn windows. Yes, thank you so much, God, for giving these men testosterone that makes them even do stupid things. Because when there's the bump in the night and the man grabs the gun out of the drawer and runs downstairs without thinking, could he get shot? How many's out there? Your ass is hiding in the bathroom with the kids. That testosterone made him run outside before he even had a chance to think and tackle the intruder. You wasn't going to do it. So why are we complaining about things we benefit from? So we gotta talk. You know, we gotta talk. Men are superior and they are out here doing the things that make society better. Being police officers. You know, I'm not a massive fan of the armed forces, but obviously men are going to war. There are some places where you have to go. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to go into the armed forces for a period of time. And so, you know, it's kill or be killed. A lot of women have the luxury, which Pearl did mention, and I kind of agree with that they weren't, you know, necessarily forced to go into like the draft or whatever. But we gotta say, you know, we benefit from being women. I love being a woman. It's great. There's so many things I don't have to think about because it's not my job to think about it. So it just is what it is. I embrace it. It's a good thing, you know. But we have a different lane. We have a different role. We have different strengths. And those strengths need to be also recognized, which is why, and I'm going to talk about that a bit more in a bit.
We don't do the majority of hard jobs in society. 1 out of 3 of us has had an abortion. 1 out of 4 of us has an STD. 90% of us have been on birth control. You know, the birth rate is falling because of women's choices. You know.
Okay, so this was the next bit. I know I'm going off into a lot of tangents, but you know me already. For 1 minute of the video, we got to talk 10 minutes. So it just is what it is. Welcome back, baby. So here she starts reading off some statistics, right? And access denied. This whole BS that she's talking about with the abortion rate, the guy asked her, well, what's that got to do with anything? And she's like, well, women don't make good choices. In some respects, that's true, right? A lot of women have made poor choices, right? But one thing I will say is this. there's a lot of hypocritical males who bring this talking point in these spaces. And I wanted to talk about this for a while. It grates me every day. So a lot of the time I'm thinking about these things, but I keep going to start a live, and then I just say no. And then I go to start a live, and then I say, you know what, I can't be asked because, you know, my anxiety. There's a lot of hypocritical males in this space who use these kind of talking points, right? Offline. And I'm not saying that men don't think about these things, but they certainly were not talking about these things unless they were in a religious circle. That, like, things like women's promiscuity, the bad behavior, you know, the STDs and the abortions. Like, men were not out here just commonly talking about this. Maybe it's a barbershop talk thing, but, and I don't go to the barbers, obviously. So maybe this is not something that, you know, it is talked about, but just not in my presence. I don't hang around with a lot of people, but the people I do hang around with, we've never had these kind of conversations. We never have had these kind of conversations. When I used to be more sociable, I never heard men complaining about, they might have complained about trashy behavior. Like, this chick is, you know, back in the day, we used to call it like a sket or a sketel. It's like whole 304, you know, she's for the streets kind of thing, you know. But a lot of these dudes, let me just get to the crux of the matter, because I don't know where I'm going with this. A lot of these dudes out here, as we know at this point, if you don't know, you better know, they are complaining about the very women they're lusting. You cannot be a hoe without men wanting to sleep with you. It just is what it is. Like, you can carry yourself like a hoe, but at the end of the day, you cannot rack up a body count unless guys are willing to smash. It's just, that's it. Am I saying that men help to create hoes? In some respects, yes, they do. And a lot of the brothers will not like that, but that's the reality of the situation. Because if being a 304 was not profitable, women wouldn't do it to the extent that we see it being done. Everybody's jumping on the whole bandwagon now. We're getting a lot more white girls who want to be black. They want to do, you know, stereotypically black things. You know, they're twerking, they're getting the BBLs. I know Kim Kardashian kind of opened the door for the black body type in white skin. But at the end of the day, shout out to Haroon. What's up, man? I owe you guys a big apology for being away for so long. People keep saying to me, when are you going to go live? And it's just the anxiety, man. The anxiety and the stress. And I was ill and I really had no motivation. But so I owe everybody who's been consistent with me a big thank you and a big apology. But, you know, it just is what it is, guys. You know, so a lot of these guys are out here like making content on how to wife a 304. And it's like, this woman is going to ruin your life because you can't even, I mean, do you even want to manage this situation? Because yes, as a man, you have to manage your woman. You have to manage your environment. You have to dominate your environment. Exactly. Men love 304s. There's, you know, I know Game Changer was, I heard of it before, but he always talks about the Madonna whore complex. Even a man who loves a virtuous, righteous, wholesome looking woman, he loves a whore on the side. Either he's going to have a whore on the side, or he wants his wife to be a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets. And I don't care what anybody tells me. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact, because if you go out as a plain Jane, you're not getting, unless you are incredibly beautiful. And even then, you still have to be put together. A man is not picking a plain Jane over a bitch that is breasts out, ass out, you know, camel toe on show, hair's whopping, eyelash from here to Jamaica. He's not picking that. There's a reason why these girls are looking like clones off a reproduction line. Everybody's got the same eyes, same makeup, lips blown up, ass blown up. They're doing it for a reason. Look at this chick that allegedly was pregnant for Fresh. She can't even speak good English, but are her breasts not out? They are out. Girls running free. Shout out to Mr. Uganda, where, you know, the Americans said the English are coming. No, the English are leaving. Where are the English people in this phase? Apart from maybe King Richards and Sarah Garvey holding the fort, every other British person seems to have just left the building. This is what the art of seduction touched on. Men love a woman who excites the senses, the taboo. Plain Jane isn't the fantasy. What's funny is that Sadia Khan says that the men who are subscribed to these women's OnlyFans are not going to go to their funeral. They don't respect them. Now, this is a fact. This is a fact. The men put women into three categories. We're going off the topic, but I'm going to address what you said. Yeah, the British are clocking out. You know, over here, Lidl's not cheap no more. Things are getting damn expensive. We got bigger fish to fry than this conversation about relationships. We need to think, where are we going to get a cheap bag of rice? We need pasta. And I'm not paying that big ass. I used to be able to get a trolley full of shopping for £10 at Lidl. Now I spent £20 in Aldi for 5 items. In fact, Aldi always used to be the most expensive one out of those cheap supermarkets. I don't understand how Netto went flat. Like, how did Netto go into administration during the damn recession when you're the cheapest supermarket on the market? But okay, whatever, even though the food wasn't nice. But I mean, our bellies were full, right? We got bigger things to think about than this. You know, no, I'm joking. We kind of are. But I'm glad to see you guys in the building. I was thinking about you the other day, Mr. Uganda. It's good to see you in the house. I hope you're doing well. The thing is this, these men are not going to go to these women's funerals because they have a love-hate relationship. And men obviously categorize women into three categories. There's the fun, there's the potential, you know, we can kick it for a bit, but, you know, whatever, you know, we'll see where it goes. But from it, we'll see where it goes. You know, the answer is it's not going anywhere. And then on the flip side, you have, oh, I want to wife this woman up. I want to take her off the market. And these men are out here. They're out here saying, I want wife treatment from a woman that I wouldn't give wife privileges. And that was something that I always had a gripe with. I always hated, in fact, that was one of the reasons kind of why I stopped watching white content, because that is the hypocritical message in the white manosphere. It's always spinning plates and slaying hoes and running through bitches and all of that nonsense. But then on the next live stream, you're whinging about the STDs, the abortions, the kids out of wedlock. But you're the ones that's effing these women and giving them the STDs, the babies, and causing them to have abortions. Prime example, Fresh. Even though, in my opinion, that situation with Fresh and the woman is two goofy people who got together. He is just as goofy as she is, and she is as goofy as he is. Because when she out here talking about, I told him don't finish in me. Well, bro, it's your womb. Get something. There's so many options. There's like 16 or 10 or 12 options for birth control that you as a woman can use to protect yourself. If you're going to consent to unprotected sex, well, then obviously you're going to run the risk of a disease or a baby. Use your damn brain. Some of that you know, money that you got for the plastic surgery, why didn't you use it to buy a brain cell? It's like, so she's a goofy. It's a confusing psychology, both of the men and both of the men on the women's side. It's not that much. It's not that confusing. I tell you why it's confusing. It's confusing when you don't have a set of principles and a morality. This landscape that we call the manosphere, in total, the white side, the black side, and everything in between, it's very conflicting because everybody comes to the table with their own philosophy about how life should run. Okay. And my philosophy is not necessarily congruent or in alignment with the next man's philosophy. And then what you have is people who are panel prostitutes and YouTube, subs are not loyal. We don't own our subscribers. They float wherever the entertainment is popping the most. I personally, I was never privileged to be popular. So I don't follow after people because they're popular. I look at what I believe, and then after a while I'm trying to avoid the people who are not bringing stuff that I feel is adding value to my life. A lot of the people in these YouTube streets want to be entertained. So wherever the entertainment is, their ass is there. I don't need to be entertained. I've got my Xbox is going right now, and I wanted to play, but I can't concentrate. I thought I could, but I can't. I'm trying to kill these zombies, but they're really chasing me about the place like a fool. Bitch, don't slice me. So I can't play the computer while I'm trying to do the live stream. It depends. I need to actually think. I'm struggling when I'm concentrating. So how am I going to do these two things at once? When people don't have morality, I might not be the best Christian, but I stick with my Bible. There is nothing more red pill out here than the Bible. I'm going to address your comment. Just wait a second, right? There's certain things that I think are right, and there's certain things that I think are wrong. Does that mean I don't do wrong things? No, I've done a lot of wrong things. They keep me awake at night. I'm not going to lie. I told you I'm a hypocrite. So, I'm just being honest. I'll keep it above, right? I'm a hypocrite. I'm lying. There's certain things that, it's nobody's business online for me to talk about. So it's my business and my business only. But I know what's right. And if somebody asks me, what do you think about XYZ? I'm not going to tell you what I would necessarily say or do or what I'm thinking. I'm going to tell you what I believe is the right thing and the best thing for that person to do, because I want to see that person win. If you're asking me, what do you think? I'm going to tell you this is not right, or this is not going to lead to a good outcome, if I believe that's what the right thing is, right? But a lot of the people that are in these spaces, they have no principles. They have no principle. They have no guideline. They have no boundary. They don't know what they want to do with themselves. So they're floating around looking for a YouTube mommy or a YouTube daddy to guide them. They don't want to think. They don't want to reason. They don't want to evaluate. They just want to be fed information. And then they go here, this person, like I said, this is how I ended up just saying, this white space is not for me. Anyway, it's because I came across the Black Manosphere. And I realized that, there are certain issues that we have in the Black community that the white community doesn't even know about, let alone has no inkling to address. So that's why I drifted away from the white manosphere. At first, I didn't even know the Black Manosphere existed, right? But it's a situation where morning to DJ Nath in the building. Good to see you. Right? So I had to move away from the white manosphere because you got like married people like Rolo Tomasi telling you that you need to spin plates. Bitch, you've been with the same woman for 20 years. What the hell are you talking about? What plate are you spinning, old man? Go and sit your old funky ass down somewhere. You got guys out here talking about when Richard Cooper. This always pissed me off. Every time I think about it, I'm wound up. In one video, he's saying, oh, these women are withholding the pee. They're playing games. They're trying to manipulate you, basically, like with the possibility of sex. They're trying to lure you in. Then the next minute, they're talking about high body count. Bitch, pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. Do you want her to sleep with you on the first night? And if you don't want her to sleep with you on the first night, why are you trying to smash on the first night? It's like, oh, you're trying to smash, and then she tells you no, then you're going to say she's playing games with the P, but then afterwards you're like, why is she, if she really likes you, then she's going to sleep with you. Yes, there's truth to that. If a woman really likes a man, she might actually say, I'm into this guy. I'm feeling him. I'm really attracted to him. I want to show him how much I like him. And then she's going to do something with him. Now you're penalizing the girl for genuinely liking you and smashing you straight away. Bruv, like, it's like that. Make it make sense. When they're like, people are praying, God send a man, and then afterwards they go and lie down in the bed and start playing on the phone, and God's like, hold up, you just prayed to me to send you a man. Like, do you want me to send him through the ceiling or up through the sink? Like, I've got my bit to do, but you've got your bit to do, girl. Like, you can't just be lying in the bed and then asking me to send a man. Like, do you want me to slip in through the letterbox? Like, how are you going to meet this man if you're not doing your bit? Like, go outside so I can make you and the man that you want me to make you meet me. It's like, these guys are out here talking out of 15 sides of 10 like freaking mouths. And it's like, I had to lie down in a dark room because I'm trying to put these pieces together, and these pieces don't damn fit. Why the hell are you trying to make a woman that's a hoe into a freaking wife? She has no skills, attributes, qualities. She adds no wife benefits to your life except for a vagina that you don't need to wife her to get. So why would you be trying to spin plates with a bunch of hoes? In fact, spinning plates philosophy is simp philosophy. It is, because you're spending time, energy, and resources just basically pandering to a whole load of hoes. The time, energy, and money that you should be investing in making yourself into a higher value person. And I'm not talking about a high value man like from Kevin Samuel's perspective. I'm talking about a man who has value. You have something to offer. This is what makes a person valuable. Your presence makes a difference. When you are in a room or in a relationship or in an environment, you're adding wisdom. You have, even if you don't have charisma, looks, this, that, and the other, a high skill set, maybe you're just a good earner. And the contribution you can make is you can chuck $1 at something. Oh, they want to cut the grass at the church. Yo, I'm not cutting the damn grass. Shout out to Coach EO, but I'll pay for somebody to come in and do that. Maybe your strength is just generosity, but you got to have money to be generous. You can't just be out here unless you want to do the work physically, unless you can do the job physically. Yo, I haven't got the money to contribute, but I can offer my time and my skill set. But this is about value. It's about value. Yo, my sweetheart, my lover from across the water. I don't know, I'm trying to make it rhyme, but it doesn't rhyme. I'm his British bae. You see, so look, I'm a lover, not a fighter. As much as you hear me talking like this on the internet, I am soft soap. I am literally as soft as 15-day-old dishwater. And sometimes my dishwater come in nearly 15 days because I hate washing the dishes. Boy, I need to get some money up so I can pay somebody to wash these damn dishes. I washed my dishes this morning, but sometimes I'm just looking like, if the rats haven't taken you yet, you'll keep till tomorrow. Sorry, look. I'm just keeping it 1,000. It's been a long time since I've taught this much, yo. So it's all coming out. So these guys are out here talking out of every side of their mouth. For example, you mentioned Myron. Why do you think they bring all these thoughts on this show? Because that's what the men like to see. And let me tell you something else. These men are living vicariously through these content creators. Okay? They want to be able to tell a bitch that looks that good, in quotes, because define looking good. Okay, get out, you're Frank Castle. They want to be able to say that, and they're not dominating in their life. So they're not in a position to tell a woman in real life, get out, I don't need you. I'll do bad all by myself. Get out. They're running behind the woman. Whatever she says, he's pandering behind her. So when he sees a Myron and or a whatever podcast and these women getting checks, they're living vicariously through these content creators. Okay, but it's like at the end of the day, if a woman doesn't possess the qualities to be a wife, you shouldn't be trying to engage her. You should be swerving her. You should be avoiding her like the plague, because that woman is going to be your downfall. But these content creators are actually trying to teach you how to manage a chick that should just be avoided. This is where the confusion comes in. A female that has a lot of issues should be swerved, not even used for fun, because it's going to be a ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun situation, because you think you're a badass, but she maybe don't think she has anything to lose. So she could rob you, she could drug you, she could have you set up. She don't care. She does not care. You know, how many times do you need to flirt with HIV before you catch it, kind of thing? You know, you don't want to be playing these games with your life. You're bringing this chick to your house. You don't know who she is, where she comes from or whatever. Next thing, your house getting robbed or shot up. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? So this plate spinning, hoeing, what can I say? Running game technique type of content is actually simp content. It's teaching you to be so preoccupied with women that you are not adding value to your own life as a man where it actually counts. Okay. And this is kind of one of the reasons why sometimes I have a gripe again with somebody like Pearl, because she's so busy doing the rah-rah for the man. Some of these men out here, you know, let me just go say it how I feel it. A lot of the men out here are hoes. They're not just hoes like promiscuous. They are just bitch ass individuals. They are hoes. They are failures. They are bums. They are lazy. They're manipulative. A lot of these men out here are very weak. They are soft soap. They are losers. And I don't want to call, you know, God's creation losers, but there are a lot of men out here. They ain't hitting on shit. They ain't. Not working, not studying, not adding value to themselves or anybody else. They are bums. They need to stop looking for vagina and they need to go and look for a job center. Okay, the only P that you need to be looking for is a pay slip. Okay, not a P sleeve, because you have nothing to add. This is why some dudes, listen, let me just go off. Some of these dudes out here, the reason why they're so desperate to smash straight away is because they are like the Wizard of Oz. Just before Toto pulls back the curtain. Once you pull back the curtain and see there's nothing there but a little frail man, then you realize, oh shit. So he has to quickly get in and get out before you realize this man has got nothing but half dead penis to offer. I'm telling you, guys not gonna like that, but that's the truth. Some men out here haven't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of in any context. No wisdom. They haven't got a problem-solving ability if their life depended on it. They can't fix nothing. They can't even hold down a decent damn job. They can't even hold down a decent conversation. But they're out here talking about hoes and bitches. You are the biggest hoe and the biggest bitch. You need to stop looking for vagina and go and look for a job. Go and look for something to enrich yourself, sir. Okay? That's why this conversation is not for the unqualified. As a man, you've got to dominate. You've got to lead. And the first person you obviously have to lead is yourself. Because when we talk about submission, submission means following your leadership. If you are going nowhere, where am I supposed to follow you to? Now you're getting upset because the woman is dominating you. The woman's gone to school. She's got a job. She's got a house. She's got a car or whatever. And now you're sitting in the back like a hater because your woman is superior to you. My friend, who asked you not to go and better yourself? You're out here talking about spinning plates and running behind bitches, and these women are out of your league. A woman should always look up to her man. It doesn't matter where you are as a man. You always need a chick who's beneath you so that she feels like you are adding value to my life. You are elevating my life from where it was to a next level. Even if you're just a Madden King in a greasy t-shirt and all you do is sit down on your ass playing computer, the woman you pick should still be able to look up to you. Why are you picking a bad bitch and she's got more money than you? She can do more than you do. She's done more than you done. And now you're out here being a jealous hater because your woman is superior to you, talking about being emasculated. Sir, you emasculated yourself. You were the one who put yourself in the submissive position because you got a woman who can't look up to you because there's nothing to look up to. Look, yo, I told you this is not kick me down, beat them up content. We just got to talk the straight truth. If you're a man out here, your woman should be a few points beneath you, because she needs to be able to look up to you. She needs to be able to feel like this man is enriching my life and taking me to a next level. If that's not happening, you're going to get emasculated. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. So why does Myron always host these bimbo clone women? We know what they are like. So bring these traditional conservative virtuous women, because a traditional virtuous woman is not making a man's penis hard. He wants the breasts out. He wants the camel toe on show. He wants the booty out with the booty shorts. He wants all of the makeup, the 5 kilos of makeup. He wants the badass weave and the hairstyle. Women wouldn't do these things if the men didn't like it. Do women do these things for approval of other women? Yes. But what people have to understand is this. When I get confirmation from other women that I look like a bad bitch, now I translate that into, it's like a currency exchange. You know, you got dollars and you need to change it into yen. I'm like, okay, the women are telling me I look damn bad. Okay, so the price tag I'm going to put on myself now is up there because all the women are saying you look like a bad bitch, hair's looking good, nails looking good, body looking good, everything. I'm taking the affirmation and confirmation I'm getting from the women, and I'm now saying the girls have had conference and they've told me I'm a bad bitch. So listen to me here, Negro, man, whichever color you are, black nigger, Chinese nigger, Asian nigger, Japanese, purple, it doesn't matter. All of you is just a nigger to me, and you're going to pay for this badness. So do women compete with other women? Yes. And they take the information that they get from the women and they translate it into the price tag they give to the men. Okay? So the women are out here thinking, I look good. I know I look good. I'm competing with all these other women and they're all looking at me like, damn girl, you came in the room and just outshone everybody. So now you guys need to pay for this badness. That's how it works. The women are trying to compete with other women. Don't ever get it twisted. But they want the resources from the men, and they determine how much they can charge based on how much feedback they get from the women. Okay, so why does Myron bring these women on? Because ultimately these are the kind of women the men in the audience want. They like looking at them. They follow them on OnlyFans. They follow them on social media, on Instagram. They're liking all the pictures. Just get a bit of ass meat and shake it in front of them. You see the men flocking. I'm not saying that all the women online have to do that, but you know, a thirst trap goes a long way. Do you know what I mean? You know, obviously somebody like Pink Book Lessons, she doesn't show her face, and she's done very well. But then she's got very good like journalistic skills. So she, you know, and she's good. I remember when she started and she was doing the celebrity thing, then she pivoted into the gossip, the relationship stuff, and she's done well. I haven't watched a video of hers for a while, but clinics don't test all STDs though. Their standard assessment through their standard assessment, herpes and HPV isn't normally tested in men unless physical symptoms manifest. So people are passing this stuff around without knowing it. Exactly. And, you know, men often don't have symptoms because their genitalia is external. They don't necessarily pick it up or have the issues like the way a woman will, because we're internal. Our internal makeup, it traps a lot of this stuff. So, you know, and again, these guys are sharing women, side chick, side dude, and all that nonsense. Myron seems very chaotic and repressed. He looks crazy in some of the clips I've seen. And I tell you another thing here with the Myron. I know we've gone off the Pearl thing. We'll go back to it though. Somebody like Myron is falling into the same trap that Kevin Samuels fell into, right? When you are a prostitute for the algorithm, and I hate to use that word, I loved Kevin very much. I'm not going to lie. I shed literal tears on more than one occasion. Literal eye water came down when I thought about losing Kevin Samuels, because there were lots of things about what he said I didn't like. Not like. It wasn't what he said I didn't like. Let me just rephrase that. I didn't respect the way he moved. There were certain things I felt he did that he just didn't need to do. Okay, and I did a whole live stream on why some of the things I felt he did, he could have done it better, and he shot himself in the foot. Excuse me. Right? Having said that, he definitely moved the needle when the conversation needed to be had. Why? Because for better or for worse, Kevin was bringing all these different philosophies together. He was trying to be like a jack of all trades, but really a ruler of none. In some respects, focusing on one topic is good because you delve deep into the topic, but then at the same time, he wanted to have a finger in every pie. And then in some ways, he wasn't doing any pie well. And I'm not saying that he didn't have success. 1 million subscribers, it definitely looks successful. But some of the stuff he was saying, he didn't really know what he was talking about. And the thing is this, he's relying on the audience who have been privy to other conversations to kind of support his argument. Because, for example, when he makes certain statements, I know where he got that statement from. I know where he got that talking point from, because the content creator that brought that point, I was there in that live stream. So when he brings certain statistics, or he's talking about issues in the Black community, I know he got that from Dr. Tommy Curry, or he got that from Dr. Tia-San Johnson, or something like that. And I was in those live streams, or I saw those clips or those tweets on Twitter or whatever. Or maybe I have the book, not really read it, but, skimmed through. So I know, okay, that talking point relates to that whole entire conversation. But if you just come into Kevin Samuels' orbit, and you've never listened to a Dr. Tommy Curry or Tia-San Johnson or Green Gorilla or something like this, if you've never been privy to these, how many hours long live streams where people are thrashing it out from top to bottom, arguing both sides of the case, you wouldn't understand something that Kevin Samuels says in its entirety, because you haven't got the foundation. So Kevin is trying to amalgamate all these different things. He wants to do style. He wants to do cologne. He wants to talk about image. He's talking about the Black male image. He's talking about the Black woman's image. And he's talking about all these things. But I'm not going to say he's not qualified or he wasn't qualified. But I don't want to use the word he wasn't qualified. But I don't know how to put it. He was qualified, but he wasn't qualified, because he's going into too many areas vaguely, and this is why he's getting a lot of pushback. This is where he effed himself up, in my opinion, trying to do everything instead of sharing the load. And I've said this before, Kevin Samuels, part of his downfall was that he wanted too much of the limelight. Instead of sharing, it's like he felt, if I bring other people on, they're going to steal my spotlight. No, Kevin, everybody loved you so much that, or you had a huge following. They loved you so much that even if you brought other people on, it's not going to detract from your popularity. In fact, people would have respected you more, because what happened was a lot of people that should have supported Kevin even turned on Kevin because of the way he didn't want to engage with other people. And they say he was paranoid. He was scared about people stealing his content. But with all due respect, when he dropped down dead, everybody was like vultures feasting on the content building channels off of stuff, because there was nobody to copyright strike him, because before he was like, don't take my content without asking. You died and left everything there on the table. Everybody just came in like vultures and ate it. So I know that he didn't necessarily know he was about to pass away, but at the same time, the way he moved probably pushed him closer to that, because he had so much stress and no one to share that burden. If he was collaborating and had a partner in crime in his corner, he could have shared that load. And there were so many things he could have done with that platform. I definitely mourned the loss of Kevin and that work. You understand? But Myron is another one who is running around here trying to placate and pander to the audience, because the audience will say, oh, you're not alpha, you're not this, you're not that. So he's doing all this shouting and jumping and hyperventilating like a lunatic because he's trying to appease the audience. Man, with all due respect, I love my audience, but F all of y'all. None of you are paying my bills. You're not effing me. You're not feeding me. I don't even know the majority of you in person. I don't pick the phone and call you. When I got issues, none of you know. Like, why the F am I going to, like, build my whole life around a bunch of strangers on the internet? Now, you know I have love for you guys. That's why I make this content. And I do love you. I care about you. And I understand that even with a small channel, if you even have one follower, you have a responsibility to that person. So when I say F all of you, I don't mean it in the literal sense of the word. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. We are strangers on the internet. You hear a voice, you don't even know the face. What are we doing here? People are augmenting their entire existence over a stranger they hear through a wavelength. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Take the information, meditate on it, ponder upon it, and then go forward in a positive way. This is why I work with Jesus. Jesus is cool. He said, listen, you see them Pharisees over there, those religious leaders, do as they say, but don't do as they do, because they're hypocrites. I don't need you to be righteous for you to say something good that I can take and implement into my life. If you say it and you don't do it, that's your business. But if I can use it and I'm going to use it, that's my business. What I eat won't make you shit. So, and vice versa. It's that simple. So if somebody's saying something valuable, take the information, run with it. But you don't need to follow their life. But what a lot of these people on the internet are doing with these content creators, they're trying to emulate the content creator. That's why these guys are out here posing in front of cars that they're renting and in apartments they can't afford, because people look up to them so heavily that they have to present a persona that these people are going to fully embody. I need to look like Myron. I need to get my gains up like Myron. I need to get a car like Myron. Myron is my YouTube daddy. I want to be his son. You understand? So Myron is jumping like a frog on a stove from one flame to the next. Here they're doing this, that, and the other, because he needs to pander to this needy audience. This audience that needs daddy to show breasts and women and show me how to kick out a bitch and show me how to beat her ass and show me how to beat her in a conversation. Show me, Daddy Myron, show me. And Myron's got this pressure on him now, not just to educate, but to be all these things that all these different people need. No, yo, I don't need you to be like me. I need you to look up. That's where you need to look. I can't help you. Jesus can help you. He's got what it takes to help you. I ain't got shit. I ain't got help. I ain't got what it takes to help my damn self. So I don't need the pressure of helping anybody. I just give the information as best I know it, and then you do what you need to do with that information. You know, these people talk about couples goals, and then it turns out the couple is like P. Diddy and Cassie, who's getting kicked up the damn hallway like a football. You don't know what people are doing in private. So why are you striving to be somebody else? Just be the best person you can be for you. Let Myron, I can't tell Myron how to run his platform. Obviously, he makes good money. But at the end of the day, he makes money being an algorithm prostitute. Do you know what I mean? Running around here, jumping up and down like a frog on a hot stove. Trying to do things to appease his audience. This is a recipe for disaster personally. Because they're going to keep pushing you. There's some people, they won't do something, but they want to see the outcome. So they'll egg you on to do it. But you're the one that's going to face the consequence, not them. You can't say, well, so-and-so made me do it. It doesn't matter. The point is you were the one who done it. So Myron he does look crazy sometimes. And maybe this is not even who he is. That's why it comes off so false and so exaggerated, because he's jumping into a role. Same thing with Kevin, with all due respect. Kevin is trying to talk like he really gives a shit about some of these things. I'm not saying that he didn't, but I just felt like sometimes, it was all a show. It was just a show. I'm not saying that he didn't care, but the 304s are brainless like Pookie. But the thing about it is this: the thirst is real. The thirst is real. You want a man, girl, you don't have to have any qualities. Vagina stinking, arm stinking. Just get your breasts out, throw something at that face, and walk down the street with your ass hanging out. You're gonna get a man. I'm sorry, the thirst is too real out here. The desperation is too real. And like how man's been watered down now into a bitch out here carrying handbags and painting their nails, it's easier than ever to twist a person around your finger. Just get your breasts out, do your eyelashes, get those nails. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. Cake face, hair banging, get those nails, look like you're a thotty from OnlyFans, bro, you have no problems. Being a hooker and a whore right now is the in thing. It is. And anybody tells you different, the devil is a liar, and so are they. I don't care what anybody says. Plain Jane not hitting on shit out here. So what's her name? Where is she? She's in the picture. What's her name? Shay Sade. She out here talking about Plain Jane versus Bust Down. Oh, I want to say, bitch, get the hell on out of here. But because Shay Sade made some good points. Do men who are quiet want a wife, Plain Janes? They do, but they still want a freak. They still want a freak of the week. They still want a freak between the sheets. And anybody, listen to me very carefully. If you are a woman who's a plain Jane talking about I'm prim and proper here, there, and everywhere in the streets and in the sheets, listen, get a blonde wig and 2 pearl earrings and go and find someone to give you an interview so you can tell them, like Diana told Bashir, there are 3 people in this marriage. Because, bitch, you're going to be lucky if there's only 3 of you in that damn marriage, if you are going to be boring as shit. Let me tell you that. Man wants booty shorts. He wants thong. He wants Thoriana. He wants OnlyFans model. Don't ever play games with your life. Don't play games with your life. You better know how to twerk it, work it, slurp it, do whatever you got to do when you's at home. When the kids go to school or they're gone to bed, red light comes on. I told you I got a whole video on this channel. It's called Be the Best Hoe You Can Be for Your Husband. Being a hoe ain't nothing wrong with it. I wanted to do a video about we need to have hoes week, bro. We need to have hoes week because hoes be giving some game out here how to keep that man excited. Okay, we're human beings. We get bored. Man gets bored. Women get bored. Sometimes we need to play a little dress up. We need to do a little role play. We need to say, I don't know what the laws are like in your country. I don't think you can really do it in the park because I think that's called public indecency. But listen, anyway, that's for another video. I told you I'm a lover, not a fighter. You come up, square up on me or raise your voice, I'm already peeing my pants a little bit. But, the love aspect now, that's a different story altogether. But that's a conversation for another day. Kids not supposed to be in the room. I always forget to give the disclaimer. If the kids are in the room, it's too late now anyway. So let's just keep it moving. So it's the Uganda, but they go after the very women they protest. That bloke on Fresh and Fit had a whole fiasco with a foreign hoe woman and a potential pregnancy. They sent to hoes but pretend to hate them. They love them. They love them. They love them. Pearl is a genuine pick me. Yeah, in the true sense of the word, where she will do anything to get picked. There's nothing wrong with being a pick me. Because all people want to be picked. We're social creatures. We're created to be in relationship with other human beings, friends, family, and romantically. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to be picked. And this is something that I'm going to talk about with her. She goes too far. As a young person with no life experience, she's babbling about shit she don't really know about. She just heard a bunch of white boys talking on the internet, and then she scooped up like a Hoover all of these talking points. And because these weak males are like, yeah, get them, Pearl. Yeah, get them, Pearl. That's it. They rally behind her because they're too weak to say these things themselves. You know, and obviously we live in a society that silences men. So a woman saying it is going to get a pass. She'll get pushback, yes, but she's going to get more of a pass than a man saying it, because it's harder for her to be labeled a misogynist because she's female. You see, just goes to show that what they protest is truly what they desire. And there's nothing wrong with wanting a woman to be a hoe. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a hoe. As a woman, we have that within us to want to exercise our sexual side. Human beings are sexual beings. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to express that aspect of your being. But there's obviously just a time and a place and an appropriate way to do it. Okay? And so when it's on show all the time, this is problematic for society. But on the flip side, and that's what I went to start on that conversation, a lot of these men are not going to admit, if they had to choose between dating a woman with kids or dating a woman who had an abortion, they would pick the one who had the abortion because they don't want to raise another man's child. But obviously now, because of everybody talking about it, now you feel some type of way to say that's how you truly feel. That's why men don't bring it up. They don't talk about it. Until I heard this on the internet, I only ever heard one man say, like, I asked a chick, had she had an abortion? Once. And then he was like religious, and then he's like, oh, I hate that shit. I think it was a cultural thing. But other than that, I'd never heard a man even utter that word. So this is something that's become a talking point, not to say on the internet. I'm not saying that men never had an issue with things like that, but they're not as forward with it. Again, because they're out here smashing without protection. They're not asking the chick, are you on protection? They're not necessarily offering to use protection. They are busting nuts raw, and then they're out here talking about, oh, I don't know how she get her baby. Oh, all these single mothers. Oh, how, like DMX. DMX out here running his damn mouth talking about it's unusual. I've come across a clip. Since P. Diddy business, I was watching so much rap. Man, I'm struggling not to swear because I've been listening to way too much Tupac recently. And that, I mean, he's like a British person, a Londoner. Every other word is the F word. Man, I'm struggling. Oh, my God, Londoners, we swear a lot. I don't swear that much, but when I listen to that content, man, I start getting juiced up. Man. So, you know, I'm crazy already. What's it called? He out here talking about it's strange for a black woman to be married. This is a whole ass man who's got 17 kids, I believe. 17 children with like 13 women or something. Yeah, I think and he had 4 for his wife and like another 13 with like 11 other women. So who the hell are you to talk about baby mamas? Like you definitely need to take several rows of seats, sir, if he was still alive. It probably wasn't the drugs that killed him. It's all that effing around. Like, so it just goes to show that they protest. These men are in a conflict with themselves because they don't want to admit that they love hoes. That's where the animosity comes in. They can't fight themselves for loving hoes. So they verbalize how much they hate hoes. But it's the reverse. The more they protest, some of them, it's the more they love these women. They do. And there's nothing wrong with being a hoe. But there's a time and a place to be a hoe. And there's a time and there's a person to be a hoe with. Be a freaky ass hoe for that man who's doing everything for you, and he's doing his bit and you do your bit. Don't just be a hoe for everybody. But at the same time, women are looking at it like, I don't want to raise your nappy-headed kids. I don't want to do your laundry. I don't want to cook for you every night. But I can still get my bills paid from being a hoe. So I get the best of both worlds. I get to exercise my sexuality. I get all this attention. I get my bills paid. And I don't need to do all those dirty jobs. And men help to create that situation. This is why I told you the spinning plates content, like, is actually simp content. You're enabling and feeding the very women that you say are degrading the society. So I don't really have I can't have no sympathy. I can't have no sympathy. Because at the end of the day, if you're supporting prostitutes, I see this person, really a prostitute? So what are the content creators considered? You need to elaborate on that question, my dear. I'm not sure exactly, because true, I'm not following along at the time. Really, a prostitute? So what are other content creators considered? Oh, because I called them prostitutes. No, what I'm saying is this, Kelvin, right? Shout out to you. I think it's a new person in the building, and I haven't been online for a long time, so maybe you've commented before, but salute to you. Yes, I will say a prostitute. A prostitute does not differentiate. If you've got the money, they got the holes available for access. Okay? A person who is jumping here and jumping there, whatever's the trend, they're jumping on it. To an extent, you're a slave of the algorithm. The subs can be prostitutes, and so can the damn content creators. Because at the end of the day, as I said in that video when I talked about Kevin Samuels, the gripe I have with Kevin Samuels, you are a slave to the algorithm. If you don't make content, people tell you, oh, you know, YouTube is so easy. You just make a video and put it there, and people just watch it and you get paid. You only have to do the work once. Who told you that lie? The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. It is a constant. It's like you are running on a damn treadmill. You are just going. Don't drop a video and see if when you come back, if your subs are there. They're like fiends. I need my fix. And if you don't give me a fix, I will go to another channel and give my time, energy, money, views there. Okay? That's how it goes. There's none of this. You make one video and make money for the rest of your life. Amen business. You have to keep dropping. You have to keep uploading. You have to keep going live. It is a constant plodding forward. Don't make content, you lose your momentum, and then you have to work to build it back up again. And then what happens if you're somebody who is preaching a particular message? People, because Pearl is not saying anything new. She's not bringing new information. She's saying the same thing that a lot of other people have said. But because she's a new face, she's getting the audience moving to her to hear the same information, but from a different mouth. This is why Pearl pivoted from being the white girl making the whitest content in the world or something like that. That's what she used to call herself. You understand? And it wasn't catching. And then she jumped on the Kevin Samuels train. She went on his show a couple of times, and you know, I think she took some tips from him, yada yada yada. Then she pivoted into the relationship conversation space, and that's when she blew up. It's like, you know, these content creators are like Drake and Beyonce. 1 minute they're a Jamaican and they're doing bashment. Then they're gone to Africa and then they're twerking in the grass skirt. Now they're doing country. These YouTubers are like Drake. Whatever's popping at the time and whoever style is popping, they're just ripping it off and gone. This is it. So I'm not saying that they're bad people. But what I'm saying is this. You can do what you want. Obviously, who am I to tell anybody what to do? But it's about conviction. With Dr. Tiasan Johnson, he has a passion for black men and black boys and the mistreatment of black males. And he's looking at the entire system. How are black men being mistreated in the home, in the school, in the workplace, in the media? That's his lane. So when you go over there every day, you know it's black males and how they're being disenfranchised. You go to the Style OG, his passion is fashion for men, how to look good on any budget. That's his lane. You're not going to hear talk about racism or BLM or, you know, the media with the Style OG. You go to another content creator, they have a different lane, right? But when you're trying to stay relevant, you jump like a frog from here, there, whatever's popping, you try to get into it. And then it's like, are you really doing any of these topics a real service? That's what I mean by prostitutes. It's people who don't necessarily have convictions. They just jump on whatever's popular because they need the views. Ain't nothing wrong with it. When you make YouTube, you don't make YouTube to talk to yourself. And obviously it's time, energy, and money. Even though it's just Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi in my house is going anyways. But I'm still using electric to make a live stream. I could be playing Xbox right now. I've been here 1 hour, 20 minutes talking to whoever's listening. It costs money, time, and energy to put out content. So why shouldn't you be compensated for that time? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with making money from YouTube, but at the same time, if you're building a life on YouTube money, you're building a life on precarious money. Because any day YouTube decides to pull the plug, you may be able to get that channel back. You may not be able to. You cannot build real life on fake money. You understand? As long as the audience is not supporting your content, you're effed, basically. It doesn't matter how good the content is, how valuable, how enriching it is. If no one watches it, you're screwed. So you're building sure on unsure. So in order to continue to keep getting that sure money, they have to jump. They have to jump through whatever hoops the audience is putting up so that they can keep getting, entertaining these people to keep getting that funding. Again, I'm not hating on anybody who does that. YouTube is a great free publicity platform. It's a way to make money. It's another stream of income. Nothing wrong with it. But obviously, the higher you go, especially if you're not having conviction, is the more you're going to jump like Myron. You see? So I hope that makes sense. When you chase the algorithm, you become a slave to it. It is the nature of the beast, unfortunately. And, if you want to make money being authentic, you can. You may have fewer subs, but you might have better quality subs. But when you're trying to go for numbers over quality, then you end up having to jump and flip and backtrack. And it just is. I will feed you. I know my sweet baby, Red Pill Awareness, he will feed me. Shut up. We have a running joke about a bird. Just go away. Wow. So shout out to you. What he says, wow, hello. After you already come with the conversation about prostitute, now you're asking me hello. Shout out Carl McFarlane at A1 Day One in the building. It's been a hot minute. It has. A frog jumping from one flame to the next. It is. They're tossing, turning, jumping, leaping. But you said it, Mr. Uganda. It's a slave to the algorithm. More like, if you ain't about the money, don't be blowing me up. Nigga, I ain't getting up, huh? What? What do you mean? I need you to elaborate, because I don't know where that point came in. Shut up. Really, I've tried stepdaddy role. The kids wasn't the problem, though. The kids are often not the problem. It's the woman. Yeah, definitely it can be the woman because of the entitlement. A lot of men have been stepdads, or they've dated women with children. And it's the attitude of the woman that drives a wedge. Do you understand? And obviously, it's things like you don't have rule and say over those children. If those children are out of control, at any minute she can pull your card and say, don't talk to my kids like that. This is why it's not the children per se that's the problem. Even the very presence of the children, because men are nurturers. Men love to provide. The way women often feel good when they're nesting, a man feels good when he's providing. He feels great when he's able to say, I can pay for that and I'm taking care of my responsibilities. If a woman comes into the situation and she's got a child, and then he's able to say, oh, I can take the kids out today. I bought the kids this, I did that. A man feels good within himself. This is another reason why I said men need to dominate, and they need to add value. It's going to be good for that man psychologically. It's good for that man physically and emotionally. in order to boost his self-esteem and his testosterone, to know that when an issue comes up, he's not hiding in the corner like a bitch. He's able to address it head on. I'm going to, succeed or die trying. A man feels good when he conquers, when he overcomes, when he conquers the bill, when he conquers, whatever, a task in the house. He might not know how to fix it, but he can afford to pay someone to come in and to get that situation resolved. These are things that build a man's self-esteem. And this is why men today have so many problems, because they've been neutered. That, it's toxic for a man to know how to fit an engine or how to fix things around the house or be able to paint and decorate or manage his finances or whatever. Just being a heterosexual man doing the things he needs to do, these things are considered toxic. But actually telling a man that these things are toxic is what creates toxic men, because when men have too much estrogen in them, they become emotional, erratic, unable. Actually, testosterone is good for them. When a man's testosterone is high, he's actually more stable, because this is his natural state. You understand? So, shout out to Kelvin. He said, you're well seasoned. I'm not a child. I might play computer a lot, but I'm not a kid. I've seen life. I've done life. There's a lot of things I've said and done. I look back and I regret. But one thing I like about myself is, I'm honest. I try to be honest with myself. I used to lie a lot. I still lie now, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm lying about. But anyway, we digress. So what's it called? So, yeah, I'm not a kid. And also, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, you will know the truth and the truth will make you free. Making somebody free is like they're in a jail cell and you unlock the door and you say, yo, whenever you're ready, you can come out. If that person chooses to sit in the jail, you can't drag them out. But if the door is unlocked, they have the opportunity to walk through of their own accord. So you have to make the decision. We are out here giving this information for better or for worse. That's unlocking the door to your mind. But you have to choose to use your mind. As they say, God give us 2 ears and 1 mouth. We have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 mouth. So you're supposed to look and listen twice as much as you talk. You cannot talk and listen, or talk and read. You cannot talk and listen. But when you observe and when you listen, you're going to learn. And once you learn, you're going to get the game about life, that you can then say, I see this person do X, Y, Z. I don't need to fall in the same trap to know that there's a trap, because that donkey fell in the trap. And I'm not a donkey like them. You are a donkey if you see the trap that the other person fell in and go walk in the same trap. This is not rocket science. This is not 2 + 2 is 15. This is 2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 is 4, right? I'm joking. So if you're looking and listening, talking less, listening and looking more, you can navigate around the trap that another fool fell in. That's why I make the content. I've said and done things. I've seen things. I'm going to talk and say, listen, there's a trap here. It's up to you if you want to fall in it, though. You get me? So there's nothing wrong with being a stepdaddy, especially if you are a man with children. This is another thing that we need to talk about. Men who have kids don't have the right to talk about not wanting a woman with kids, because you're out here making single moms. I know this is something that people don't like to hear, but it's the truth. You're out here creating single parent families. So why are you out here complaining about women with kids when you left the woman with kids? So it don't make no damn sense. You out here dissing women with children when you help to create women with children. That's just the bottom line. You're equally matched if you're a man with kids to a woman with kids. you know, because it's not just about go. This man is useless. A bad workman always blames his tools. A man who's got children understands what it's like to live in a household with kids, you know, because he understands the dangers, for example, that having a child in the house can, you can't leave certain things lying around. Certain things are inappropriate for a child to see. That, you know, if you're going to go out, you need a babysitter. These are the things that a person with children has to think about. They can't just pick up and go away or go out or do whatever. They've got children that are dependent at home that need to be monitored. So a man, when a woman has children and she says, oh, I can't come out tonight because I don't have a babysitter, that man who's got children also knows what it feels like to want to go out and can't because he hasn't got a babysitter. So he's going to be more empathetic. So women with children can date men with children and vice versa. There's actually a website, I've seen it on the TV, like an online dating service specifically for single parents. And you can see like the two people who are talking to each other have kids, because he's like putting away toys and he's talking to a woman who's like putting away toys. And they understand, like, we have limited time because of our children. Let's meet up. Obviously in the picture it looks like they hook up, but I'm not encouraging that. But what I'm saying is there's somebody for everybody. Even a chick that you think is a hoe, a 304 and a waste, like there's somebody for her too. Like everybody needs to stop playing these games. Like women are not washed the way you think because the thirst is so real out here. I'm sorry. The thirst is too real out here for people to be single, really and truly. It's just, are you going to I don't want to use the word settle, but that's what it is. Are you going to settle for what's approaching you? Because a lot of women get approached, but obviously we feel like if we're not getting approached by somebody we want, it's equivalent to nothing. That's it. So basically chipped. I'm not sure that comment. Again, not to be rude, but Kelvin was said to have passed away while laying up under an overweight woman in a motel of sorts. But he preached for women to get in shape. The irony, well, she had a big booty. That's what some people said she had. I don't know. Could be. But I think it was stress and too much energy drinks that really the shacking type stepdaddy in a common law marriage state. Yeah, and obviously some of these men have to shack up, period, whether it's with a single mom or just a woman in general, because he's a bum ass nigga. That's what he is. He's a bum. He's a bum. He's a loser. He wants to be the bitch with the nails and the purse. He wants to be in his soft girl era being taken care of by a woman. That woman with the kids, she's got a place, obviously, because she's got kids. So she and the kids need to sleep somewhere, and she's got a couch. He will sleep there. She's getting food stamp. She's getting benefits or welfare. So he can live off that. Maybe she's a go-getter. Okay, she's got kids. Maybe she made some wrong decisions. She got children, but she's trying to put it right. And maybe she don't have no man or nothing, hasn't had a man for a while. So she's just happy to say she got a man in her bed so he can just go be a bum leeching off of her. You see? So the women need to elevate in a healthy way so that they don't become victims of these pariah males. And there are some parasitic males out here who don't want to lead. They want to follow and top from the bottom. You see? So let's get back into this nonsense with Pearl. Pearl just out here babbling like a donkey, but what can we do? Donkey is donkey.
Must have been on birth control. You know, the birth rate is falling because of women's choices. You know, at the end of the day, why don't we talk about
birth rates are not just falling because of women's choices. Birth rates are freaking falling, you donkey, because it's too effing expensive to have a family, you dumb bitch. Like this chick is so freaking annoying because there are countries literally about to go into extinction. I can't remember which island it is. It's not Oh, there's a Chinese. I'm sorry to say, I know not everybody in Southeast Asia is Chinese, but it's one of these countries. They're like, this island is literally going to go extinct in a few years because the birth rate is like below 1, because people cannot afford to support themselves. They have like a culture, for example, where you got to take care of your aging parents, and because people are living longer, like you're even expected to work and take care of grandparents. Like, how the frig are you going to take care of 2 generations back and also bring another one on the planet? It's not just because of birth control. Now, don't get me wrong, birth control has contributed to the problem in the sense that with women not staying home, obviously a man is not going to get paid as much. Because what happened was when women joined the workforce, they took one job, split it into 3, obviously splitting the pay into thirds. So a man could no longer earn enough to support a family. And I know Pearl likes to champion taking women's rights away. Although I have said, women do need to lose some rights. There is injustice and imbalance with the rights. At the end of the day, where a woman doesn't have rights, or when a person doesn't have rights, they are open to being abused. That's just, for me, that's the bottom line. Where people don't have rights, go to countries, and again, I'm going to say that again later when Pearl starts babbling about her nonsense. This is where people actually can be abused and they don't get justice. You see, Pearl is a donkey living in the West. She got a silver spoon in her mouth. She is a young person who hasn't really lived that much life, in my opinion. She hasn't seen the other side of the coin. So when she talks, she's talking like one of these jokers in a school or in social services who's never been in the field, never experienced nothing. Everything they say comes out of a textbook. She went to the textbook called YouTube, swallowed all this information and regurgitates it like a projectile vomit, like she's a font of all knowledge. Bitch, you have not seen life. You don't know life. You haven't been nowhere. You haven't done nothing. You went around the world playing volleyball or whatever it was you was doing, bouncing a ball somewhere. You ain't been through shit, bitch. So just go sit down. You're a teenager. You're a kid. I could almost be Pearl's mother. She's a little baby, a little squab. Okay, you got 1 million plus subs or whatever online. That don't mean shit to me. You ain't been through nothing. Let me tell you that straight. Pearl is a kid. Pearl is a kid. Age-wise, mentality-wise, life experience-wise, you're a child. Go sit down. Go sit down somewhere. You ain't seen shit. You ain't done shit. You ain't been nowhere. Point blank period, Pearl. Go and sit down. You're babbling, repeating these regurgitated talking points that you hoovered up from left and right on the internet. But you haven't seen life. And the woman's going to check her in a bit. So she out here talking about
accomplishment.
Bitch, are you not on birth control? Because I know Pearl is not a virgin. I'm sure Pearl had a man. Were you not on birth control, bitch? You was. Either he was using it, you were using it, or you both were using it. Were you not? Pearl. You see, you're out here running your mouth talking about birth control. If you came up pregnant now and you didn't want that baby, you're down Planned Parenthood with a quickness. Keep your mouth shut. Your mouth should be closed. Zip, zilch, closed, locked, closed. Pearl out here talking bullshit while capitalizing on the very same things that she's advocating to lose. Go and give back your rights, Pearl. When voting time comes, don't vote, Pearl. Keep your ass quiet. You're not supposed to go and put a burqa and go hide behind. No one needs to see your face with your bad posture, sitting back in the chair, skirt up to your ass, panty nearly showing with your legs crossed. And you're out here talking about women. Why are you not dressed like somebody in the Middle East where even your eye is not showing, Pearl? Why? Why is your top low and your skirt short? Talk to me. Talk to me, Pearl. You're out here talking about traditionalism, lean back in the chair like a man with your foot cock up. What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm telling you, Pearl pisses me off no end. When I see her, she is like a walking contradiction. A walking contradiction. You are out here exercising rights when you're telling women lose their rights. You are a donkey, because there are women outside of the US. There are women outside of the UK. There are women outside of Europe. There are lots of women who are oppressed, who need rights. This lady pissing me off, man.
Rather than just focus on being a woman for being a woman. It's the same thing as a participation trophy.
Okay, but
I just don't see the point.
What is the point of you? What is the point of you then? You are a pointless individual. Are you not? Bitch, I'm telling you. Yo. International Women's Day means women worship to me, which is a no. I understand what you're saying, but listen. What is it? You're right. Japanese women are offering $75,000 for a black man's semen. And I think, let me just go. I'll go back to Isaac's point in a minute. Yeah, because I think what happened is this. I haven't looked into it, but obviously in these cultures, when a woman reaches a certain age, they have a very strict culture in some of them about dating women over that age. So where the women have become liberated, they're educated, they're working, they're studying, they're doing different things, they're putting off having children. You see, back in the day when a woman used to be basically shipped off as soon as she kind of hit puberty, you know, her life was being a wife, a mother, a baby making machine for a man. That was her whole identity. And when Pearl says take women's rights away, you see, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I will even go so far with Pearl and the whole take women's rights away. Okay, Pearl, you are right. Let's take women's rights away. I agree. Bitch, who is marrying your ass? You will be a prostitute on the street corner before your feet touch the ground, ho. Let me tell you that straight. You're out here working. You're out here working. Paying for your life. And your daddy's helping to pay for your life. Right? Your daddy's helping to pay for your life, bitch. What if this is that? Your daddy's helping to pay for your life, bitch. Lose that right and see how long it is before you're out on that street corner hoeing for tips. Play games. Because the women out here who cannot get married, even before, when women didn't have rights, your eyes better be closed, your ears better be closed, and your mouth better be closed when your husband who brings all the money home is out there effing everything with a pulse. Because you can't open your mouth and say, I need to leave this marriage because every night there's somebody else in that bed. Bitch, play games with your life. Talking about, I need women to lose their rights. Ho, it's because you have rights why some of these men are at home with one woman. Because once they have all the power, they're gone roaming like a loose dog. Every piece of skirt they see, they're sniffing up it. Roaming like a dog with mange. It's the facts. Go back to old England. Even was it not Kevin Samuels the other day who said when you got a high value man, you best expect that he's gonna have women on the side? Did he say that or did he not say that? So basically he's saying, listen, when you got a man that's got money, best believe he's gonna have other bitches. And you best keep your mouth shut. As long as he does what he needs to do at home and doesn't bring no embarrassment to you, let that man go do what he wants to do. Did he not say that or did he say that? Now, do I support that? I don't. I don't agree with that. I don't like that. But he's telling you this is what's going to happen when you got a man who's got means. So if you have rights and the man's still roaming, imagine when you have no rights. You're effed. Let me tell you that straight. All he has to do is look at you and say, open your mouth again and you'll be out through the door. Where you going to go? Who you going to run to? There was a song, Who You Gonna Run To? You'll be singing that as you pack the bag and you leave to go to the streets, to go be a whore in a whorehouse. Let me tell you that straight. I'm not even trying to be funny. When you have no rights, what other job are you going to have? If there's no job available, the only thing you have is your body. Is that not the case? You will be a prostitute. Let me tell you that straight. I'm not talking about panel prostitute. I'm not talking about YouTube prostitute. I mean hooker on the street selling it for $5. Because there's going to be so many of you out there, you're going to have to drop the price to $1 just to get some business. Bitch, there's going to be so many of you out there. You're not going to make no damn money. Even OnlyFans right now, people out here making a few $100s, the average. Yeah, there's some people out here making good money on OnlyFans. A lot of people ain't really making that much money. It's so saturated with hookers. You have to drop it to a $5 subscription. So Pearl, you're there running your mouth. You will be on that corner, bitch. Let me tell you that straight. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. International Women's Day means woman worship. There's an aspect of Women's Day which is out of control. But at the same time, women do things that contribute to society, right? And I'm going to get into that bit. I'm going to come back to that point because she's going to say something stupid. Even when she said this
I
bit,
follow
she
you on
hasn't
part
really
of
got...
that, but what's abortions and STDs got to do with it?
Oh, women's poor choices. I mean, honestly, we've had more choice in the last 100 years than ever.
As if Pearl's only made good choices in life. We don't know what's in Pearl's closet. Maybe she has. But a lot of women haven't. They haven't made good choices. That's true. A lot of men haven't made good choices. And like I said before, a woman can't be a hoe without men sleeping with her. If that woman is a poor choice, it was a poor choice of the man to sleep with her. But we don't talk about that. This is what I don't like with Pearl's argument. It's unbalanced. Yes, women have made poor choices, but those poor choices are enabled by men. The same men who complain about 304s are smashing them and actively pursuing them and encouraging them.
And we just choose poorly. For example, abortion, that's one example. STDs is another example. The birth rate is falling. We own 80%.
So she just repeated the same point, but she didn't actually explain why this is significant. Women are using birth control. Okay, how is that negatively impacting society? Does Pearl even know? Does she know about all the birth control in the water? How it's feminizing men? It's playing with everybody's hormones. Does she know about the attack on men? Attack on masculinity, like in the schools and things like that? Maybe she does because she watches that kind of content. But that's what she should have elaborated on instead of just repeating the same point, which is, oh, STDs, birth rates, abortions and da-da-da-da. A lot of men out here are not even having sex like that. A lot of men out here don't even want kids. They couldn't give a shit whether you have an abortion or not, or whether you're using birth control or not, because they don't want children. People are becoming more selfish because life has changed. Culture has changed. It's socially acceptable now to not get married. It's socially acceptable now to not have children. So the people who don't want to be pressured with that, they don't have that pressure. In the past, people used to have children even when they didn't necessarily want children because they were socially pressured into it. And this is where even abuse can come in because they don't really want the kids. They're not really mentally prepared for the children. They just do it because this is what you do in society. Let the people who want to have kids have the kids because the chances of them raising them well is higher. A lot of people are not having children because they're having second and third childhoods themselves. A lot of the people who came up in struggle and poverty, they finally want to go and experience all the things they never had an opportunity to. And they understand. And that's how they feel, they're responsible. They're responsible parents who have no kids. They're choosing to stay childless because they understand, I want all my money, time, and attention for myself, rather than pretending I want these children and then end up abusing them or giving them away or whatever. So I'm not saying birth control and things like that, abortion is a good thing per se, but it gives people control over their life. Again, when you haven't got rights, next thing some man just breeding you up like a damn guinea pig. And then when he's fed up of you, you and them kids out on the street. You understand? So we do need to celebrate, not celebrate birth control or reproductive rights, but reproductive rights was a necessity because a woman is already vulnerable when she has children. And then on top of it, a man who has all the power and holds all the cards, he can just discard her and those kids with a quickness. No, it's not. That's not right. This is why I agree with legal state marriage. This is why I agree with alimony. You know, if you have a woman and you breed her up and everything, and then you want to bounce, you go, but you pay these damn bills. Especially if that woman was a housewife, she gave up her career to be a doting side to you, to assist you. You want to leave, that's fine. You're going to pay these damn bills. Because now I'm in a effed up position, older, more competition on the market, and I got these kids to feed. No, you helped to create this situation. As you're exiting, you best make sure the check is in the post. No, I don't. I agree with that. I agree with legal state marriage. I agree with alimony. Bitch, if that woman worked hard to support you and she gave up everything to be your right-hand person and you're ready to leave, I'm not holding no door. I'm not Hamas or Al Qaeda. I don't take prisoner. But you see, as your ass is going out through that door, the check better be coming the opposite direction. That's it. You want to leave? That's your business. I'm not here to hold nobody captive. But your ass better be paid because we got these kids that you helped to create to feed. Okay? So don't play games. RPA Laughy. Shout out to Afropolitan Podcast. My sister from another Mr. Oh. So, we out here on Pearl's Neck once again.
Of the world's debt.
80%.
We're net tax loss. We're the majority on benefits. So,
and the thing that pisses me off about this conversation again, Pearl. You're out here talking about this shit like it wasn't your white people who created this problem. They wanted to tax people. And what she doesn't want to address, I don't know if she addresses it because I don't watch Pearl's content. Degeneracy breeds money. Creating dysfunction in society creates jobs. They want women to go and study and get student loans that they'll never pay off. They don't want women to have children. They want women to work like a dog and pay taxes. So when she is talking about these issues, stop starting from step 5. Go to ground zero at the root. Feminism is financed because degeneracy creates jobs. All these dysfunctional, not all, but many of these dysfunctional males, these kids out of control, the issues in the workplace, they all are a money-making opportunity. So yes, women checking out of the workforce and going back to traditionalism would help to fix those problems. It would. But it's the white people from back in the day that helped to create these problems. Like when you watch a commercial for university, all you see is women. It's psychologically programming women to say, you don't need a man, go and study and get your education. Again, I'm not against the woman having education. It's a good thing. If a woman is going to be an asset to a man, she may need a qualification in business or accounting. If he's got a business and your accountant is your wife, you don't have to pay an outside woman. Number one, this reduces the chance of that man straying because he works with his wife. Every bit of the money that comes in, it goes into the one pot because the two of you work together. So there's lots of benefits to a woman being educated. But at the same time, more women going to school with the liberal indoctrination. They think, oh, because I make my own money, I don't need a man. I don't need to respect a man. I don't need to honor a man. I don't need to listen to him. Now you've got yourself into a pickle. So she talking like to say women just woke up one day for no reason and decided we need rights. No, the women were being abused. They were. There was situations where women were being mistreated and misused, and they needed to be liberated from those abusive practices. Like I was watching, I think it was like a drama about, was it Charles Dickens? I can't remember who it was. I think it was it Charles Dickens? And, you know, this is obviously a long time ago. What is it, Victorian or something? Charles Dickens is a whole ass person. He's got an overweight, middle-aged wife who he takes care of out of duty, but he's not enthused by her. He's not lusting her. You know, he keeps her around because that's his wife and everybody knows that's his wife. But he definitely got at least one bitch on the side. So the woman on the side said, you know what? I don't want to be your dirty secret. You know, I really love you, but you got a wife at home. One day when it was the woman on the side's birthday, the wife came and said, you know, I've got this gift. It's smart, like Charles Dickens's wife. But when I looked at it, I didn't order this. I know this is not for me. I think this is supposed to be for you. So the wife has gone to the side bitch and said, I've come to bring your gift. But let me tell you something about this man. You will always have to compete with the adoration he gets from his audience. You know, he's a writer or whatever. He's an author. So he gets a lot of praise and clout from society. You are going to be in competition with that. You will always be competing or even in the shadow of the admiration he gets from other women and from his audience as a writer. This woman has fully accepted she will never be first place in that man's heart. His first love is his writing and the adoration, and she's somewhere third or fourth. And now he's got a new woman in his sights. She's gone down the pecking order even lower. Pearl, are you ready for that? Let me ask Pearl. Pearl, are you ready to be number 6 on the pecking order? Because that's what's going to happen to you when you have no damn rights. So one day, Charles Dickens is in the trunk. You know, it's a horse-drawn carriage. But he's got money, so he's got the carriage. And he goes to meet the woman and he's saying, you know, baby, I love you. You know, I want you. As soon as I get rid of my wife, we'll be together. He's screaming at, I think she screamed at him. But he's the one harassing the woman. Baby. A police officer comes past. And hear what the nasty bitch said. You see, I'm telling you, them police been rotten from day one. Sir, is this woman harassing you? Man, I flipped off the TV same time. I think the remote nearly went through the TV same time. He's harassing her. Baby. She's saying, listen, I'm worth more than being just a little dirty secret that you hide somewhere there. He's the one doing the wrong thing. He's the married man philandering. But the moment a man and a woman were seen in an altercation, it was an assumption the woman was the problem. Pearl, are you ready to be that woman getting asked by police, sir, is this woman harassing you? Because that's what you're signing up for when you're telling women take their rights away. You're goofy. Be the first. If there's a place where you can go and give back your rights, go and give it back. Hand it in. Go and hand it in. Because what man is marrying Pearl right now? You don't have rights, Pearl. How are you going to eat? Tell me. Can you farm? Maybe you live in America where there's lots of land. Are you going to farm and stay up under your daddy's coattail until a man marries you? Pearl, answer me this question. Answer the question, Pearl. Talk to me. The 18th letter, I think, is this a lady that come here before and we were having a good old time? She said she want me to drop the link. I'll drop the link. Why not? What time is it? Coming up to 12 in the UK. What, 20 to 12? Pearl, what man is marrying you right now? Tell me. Because I don't have a problem with you saying, I don't have a problem with you saying, Pearl, take women's rights away. But you have to understand, once women lose all their rights, you fully 100%, all right, not 100%, let me go to 90, 98%, 90%. I'll go to 90%. Because before that, it's your daddy's job. You become fully the responsibility of your man. If he say jump, the only words that need to come from your mouth, Pearl, is how high, sir? How high, sir? Do you want me to jump 1 foot or 2? Do I need to jump through the hoop? Do I need to go head first, feet first? I don't care where I land. I'll just be jumping. I'll just start jumping till you say stop, sir. That's what you're telling me you're ready to sign up for. Goofy ass. These people are ridiculous. These people are hella ridiculous. She thought she was saying something because she knows the men will rally behind her. Yeah, birth control. Yeah. Why are you upset about birth control when you don't want no damn kids? You think Fresh is complaining that this woman had an abortion for him, allegedly? We don't know if she was really pregnant. She could have been lying. She could have been lying. You think Fresh wants a baby? No. Fresh wanted a hoe that he could run around with like a wife. He wants all the feelings and the benefits of a wife without doing the decent thing. Because if he really liked her that much, number one, he wouldn't be screwing all these other women. And number two, he would have married her. He wants the feelings and the benefits of a wife, but he's not really trying to commit to her like a wife. Pearl, where is your husband? I don't have an issue with her saying that she wants a husband rights. But are you ready for everything that comes with having no rights, Pearl? No, you're not. So keep your mouth shut. Goofy ass.
The point of that is that, you know, by giving us participation trophies and saying that we've accomplished something that we haven't, in my opinion, all it does is enable us to make poor choices with no repercussions.
Oh, some people will say that, and again, I can't possibly give my own opinion on this, but some people say...
You can. Go
ahead. I'm teasing you.
I'm such a
some people say that what this day does bring is an opportunity to pay attention and celebrate, as you say, 50% of the population who have historically not had access to some of the same opportunities that men haven't had.
What opportunities?
The educational opportunities. I'm thinking of things like university. Many universities didn't admit women until
I mean,
the last
women have been faring better than men in school for quite some time. You know, the first female...
Yeah, because of the feminism. Prior to that, yes, there was an issue with women getting educated, having opportunities. They had to tolerate certain things. I'm not saying that all women were being abused, but there's an opportunity to be abused or to feel miserable because these women were not, they didn't have rights. They didn't have opportunities to further their own personal interests. Like I said, not everybody wants to be a mother. Not everybody wants children. And then they were being pressured into this role because it was the only role they were allowed to have. Why isn't Pearl married with kids if she's so traditional? And I'm not saying that to be funny, but you're out here complaining about this, but you yourself are not living that. You understand?
property owner was in the 1600s.
Wow,
You know,
one property owner in the 1600s. Well, that makes everything all right then. It was okay for the rest of us. It's like the token Negro. Why are black people still complaining about things when, you know, we've got Oprah? As if everybody's damn Oprah. I remember this, brother. How are you?
What's going on, antisocial? How you
Hey, ow.
been doing?
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. I know I'm crazy.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen you do a podcast.
I
Well, a live
know. I've
stream.
been running. I've been on the run.
I can definitely understand that. The same thing as well. I worked a lot. I'm just actually getting off of work, so I saw that you was up here, and I know. What is it about over there in the UK?
Yeah, it's okay. You know, I was up and down. What did you say? What time is it?
Yeah, what time is it in the UK? Because I'm over here in the
Quarter
States.
to
So.
midday.
Oh, okay.
11:45 in the morning, yeah. But it was burning my chest, so I said, you know what? I did promise this brother, Chef Ricardo Cooking and Vlogs, that I was going to go live. He said, don't let the devil beat you, sister. Today, go live. And I tried to, but I was having problems with the Wi-Fi. So when I got it sorted, I kept thinking I need to honor that word, because I know a lot of people. Shout out to Freedman's Journal, shout out to CJ Kyles, shout out to the Afropolitan podcast. A lot of people, when they see me about, they're like, when are you going to go live again? And I'm like, I will. But when that brother challenged me that time, I said, I will do it. I have to do it, because there's definitely, I'm going to give my opinion on things and then disappear back into the shadows. But how have you been? What time is it where you are?
It is 5:45 in the morning.
Oh, you see?
5:45 a.m.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you're just finishing.
I just finished.
So 5:45.
Yeah.
You're on the East Coast?
No, I'm in the Midwest.
Hey! If I was an American, I'd be from the West Coast, because, you know, Tupac and Snoop is my boy. I'm practicing my crip walk every day. It's getting there.
Those are two of my favorite rappers as well.
This is it. With this Diddy situation, man, I started going back into the archives and the files. I'm like, oh, we got him, Tupac. You can rest in peace now. But
oh yeah, Keefy D is a little preoccupied with prison right about now.
Watching his back.
He has to. Too many Pac fans out here. He got to. So
yeah, for real. It's crazy. You know, we'll never really know what the truth is. You know, obviously the story goes that P. Diddy did put up £1 million to have Tupac taken out, but somebody got to him before the person that Diddy was gonna pay got to Tupac. You know,
disagree with that usually. Like I don't think P. Diddy had anything to do with that. I just think it was a situation where Pac got caught up with some of those Compton guys, and
nefarious.
The way it ended, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, Tupac was running his mouth a bit. You know, he was a bit.
Well, I mean, Pac. I love Pac. Pac can, he can back up what he was saying, but he just end up, he just end up fighting the wrong dude. The dude, unfortunately, he was a known gang member, and he was already being investigated for 2 deletions of other prior to the Pac incident. So he wasn't going to let that slide, And,
this is it.
And that dude, that was Keefy D's nephew, the one that actually.
Well, there's arguments about whether he actually did it.
Yeah, I think so because they said that he bragged about it when he went back to Compton, and all of the people in Compton knew who was responsible before the rest of the world. because
Well, or is
took
he trying
place
to
and
take
it
credit for
cost.
something that he didn't do? Because sometimes
Yeah,
people do that,
yeah, that's true.
you
That's
know.
definitely
So
true.
that it's just frustrating. We'll never really know the truth. Maybe they could lie detect Keefe D.
Yes, but it's good to see. It's good to run across a fellow Tupac fan. One of my favorite
Yeah,
reasons Tupac represented black people all over, and
yeah, definitely.
he's
My uncle was
greatly.
obsessed with him, so we used to have to listen to his albums a lot. Every day when he got up, you knew he was awake because YouTube was blasting from the sound system. So definitely, that's my era, you know.
Oh yeah,
Dre,
mine's too. Mine's
2001.
too.
It was
Oh,
a
okay.
bit.
You know it all. Yeah, you know them
Oh yeah,
all
I was there
back in
from
the
the
day.
Chronic. I know some of the songs from the Chronic, but I didn't realize how early the Chronic was because I thought those
Uh huh.
songs were like from 2000 and the 2001 album when he had like
No.
Snoop on there. But even like Doggy Style and things like that, like I remember like
Mhm.
Gin and Juice. Oh my gosh, that was my tune.
Mhm.
I'm like, we were going
Yeah.
rolling down the street, smoking, sipping on gin and juice. I don't even like gin, but
See.
I'll just get the gin and juice because I need to sing that song. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
those was
Yeah,
the days.
those were the days.
It was about more talent than it is
Yeah, this
now.
is it. And
Because
everybody had their own original style. They had their own original voice. Like Snoop
yes,
is not really a
yes,
rapper. He's like a talker. When he comes in, he's like
yeah,
somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
how. Yeah,
yeah.
he's just
And
smooth with it.
he was very smooth. He was very smooth.
Yeah,
And
you know.
every region was different. Every
Yeah,
region was
like when you
different.
hear a
Like
West Coast beat, you know it's a West Coast beat because of that synthesizer.
yes, yes, the funk samples.
Yeah,
You see the khaki
G-Funk.
suits and the Chuck Taylors,
Yeah.
and you know that's the West Coast. There's no question about it. Now, if you're on the East Coast, you see the bubble coats and the Timberlands, and all
Yeah,
of the
this
big
is it.
brick buildings and the army fatigue jackets and the
Oh my,
Averex
yeah.
jackets. If
Oh
you
my
know you're in New
gosh.
York, you're on the East
I saw
Coast.
somebody in an AV yesterday, but it was like a jeans jacket. When I see people in like Averex and Evisu, I'm like, damn, that shit's still going? Like people
No,
still wearing
they
them?
brought them back. They brought them back.
Yeah, I think so
They brought
because it
them
went
back.
away for a bit. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm West
I
Coast
saw
all
a
day.
brother out there. I saw a brother out there in London. He was telling his little brother. He was just
Oh.
like, you know what this is? This is an Averex. And he was like, what's that? He was like, this was like the Montclair jackets today, back in the day.
Oh,
If you had
yeah,
an
it's true.
Averex on, you was in there.
Yeah, like Monclairs are not even that warm, are they?
No, no, they're not.
I
They
don't think
just
so. Canada
mostly
Goose
for
is
the
good.
yeah. Canada Goose is definitely good. It's definitely a great insulated jacket for the cold.
Hmm.
But so what was you covering? Because I heard you speaking a little bit about just pearly thing.
We're talking about this video. Pearl I came across is talking about why she feels that International Women's Day is pointless. And I understand some of what she's saying, but at the same time, I can't agree with her 100% because women do need to be represented. And the point I was going to get to, because we're kind of getting to the end of the video, is that there are women out here who haven't had children because we have Mother's Day and Father's Day. Not everybody is a mother. Some people have not had their own biological children, but they still do motherly things in society. Maybe they are church mothers or they're social workers or teachers. And all these women who play vital roles in society deserve to be recognized and appreciated. Okay, it's not just to say a mother as if to say a woman's only value is a woman. She hasn't got to that bit, but that was the crux that I was going to get to. So I don't know what your thoughts are on Mother's Day. Not Mother's Day, International Women's Day.
Well, I agree. I think Pearl, which she still can make some valid points, but I think Pearl has exposed as somebody that's just regurgitating a red pill perspective for money. So I think that Pearl is not to be taken seriously with a lot of the things that she says. I mean, some of the things she says is accurate. Things are just talking points from red pill content that she studied previously, and that she's just pretty much regurgitating, because you got to remember Pearl is nothing but what, about 26 years old.
She's about that now. Yeah,
so honestly, what does she really know? She hasn't had the experience to really view things from the perspective that she's speaking. The perspective that she's gotten has come from people like Kevin Samuels, other men in the space that she's studied and learned from and packaged. So I think she goes extreme just to get the reactions from people. So no, it should be International Women's Day. Women should be recognized, especially women that contribute to society on an everyday basis.
And the thing is, we have Men's Day. It's not like only women get a day. In November, we have International Men's Day. And if her argument is, shout out to George Golden, A1 Day One, number one admin for the channel. Shout out to you. I had to come back because George has always been by my side. So I owe it to him to come and to show my avatar. It's not my face. Well, it actually is my face, but not the whole face. So he says, hi, Auntie, and everyone. As far as Women's Day, I have no issue with it. If Pearl doesn't like it, she just doesn't have to celebrate. And that's it. She's just a killjoy. She don't want to see nobody having fun. Even though she gets recognition. She's getting recognition. She's getting praise. She's making money. She's being a strong, independent woman, having a platform and arguing with men all day. But yet she wants to strip everyone of her rights. Well, then she needs to start with herself. And like you said, she's a young person who hasn't lived life. She's lived, she's lived up under her daddy's, apron, getting the silver spoon from him. So she can afford to talk that ish, because at the end of the day, she doesn't really have any responsibilities to anyone other than herself. You see?
Absolutely.
Can we play the video, or do you have something else you want to say?
No, that's all I had to say. I'm going to sit back and watch the rest of the video right along with you. So
okay, my love. There's only 7 minutes. Let's go through.
A lot of times what feminists do is they rewrite history and make it seem like we were much more oppressed than we were. Women have historically been a protected class and have had more rights than the average man. For example, women were never required to go to war. That was something that men were required to do.
Okay, maybe I'm just being nitpicky here, but who the hell wants women to go to war? First and foremost, there are places around the world where women have to go into service as well. And number two, how many women really want to go to war? Again, we're talking about that crazy testosterone that makes men do the things they do. When a man's testosterone is high, his ability to aim a gun, to fight, to go into combat is there. He is physically built to fight, to protect, to lead, to do those things. That's why it makes sense to call men. And again, this is why men obviously need to be respected, because men are the ones who they're laying their life on the line when they do the things they do. To keep society running, the jobs they do could take their life. Even if they don't die, they could end up being injured. But men are built for that. They are physically and mentally built. This is why they're not emotional, because they need to make rational, calculated decisions. So on the one hand, yes, women are a protected class because we are the weaker vessel. So, again, she's just talking out of both sides of her mouth, because she said at one point, women, there was a one woman who was a billionaire or something in the 1600s or whatever. So it still doesn't change the fact that women on that average need rights, you know, or
Yes,
decision.
and I think one of the points that she was making, which I partially agree with, is when she was saying that women have not, like, because I don't know how okay, but women had never been drafted before. I think that's what she's saying.
Mm,
Here in the States, it was situations where men were drafted
yeah,
into war.
I know. Yeah.
So that part I definitely agree with, but I think you got to make that clear distinction between the feminists and more traditional women, and I don't think she's really doing that with this video because but I think she may be directing it towards the feminists or so, but
Yeah, definitely. I think she's definitely directing it towards the feminists, talking about Western people who they act like things are so bad for them when they come from a society where actually they have quite a lot. And that's what this lady who's going to come on after is going to challenge her. It's like, you have a very whitewashed view of the world, Pearl. You only have a limited experience from your white picket fence world. But in the rest of the world, this is International Women's Day. This is talking about celebrating women all around the world. And not all women have the same opportunities that you have. So just because you don't feel like women deserve to be recognized or respected, that don't mean to say that women don't deserve respect. Because in other countries around the world, there are women facing a lot of injustice. There are women facing a lot of persecution and things like that. That's why I'm saying to her, like, you, Pearl, are talking like to say, if you lost your rights today, you would continue living the same as you live now. No, you would be like some of these people in developed countries who have to sleep with rich white men from abroad to make ends meet. Because there's a reason why in these foreign countries, prostitution is so high. And people fly around the world to date these foreign women who stand on street corners. That will be you, because that was America. That's why everywhere's got a whorehouse. Everywhere's got a brothel. Everywhere's got a skid row, or whatever you want to call it, a place where they all go to hang out, a red light district. Because when there's no money going, we always have our body to sell. The fact that women can get educated.
I was just agreeing. Yes, absolutely correct. I believe prostitution is the oldest profession in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
For a reason. So Pearl is out here talking.
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem with that. But then you have to understand the side of no right, and not working, not getting educated. The men who champion this, you have to understand as a man, not you personally, but any man who's out here screaming women lose their rights, you best be ready to take on all these women. Because they're still out here, they still need to be clothed, they still need to be fed. The children that you have with them, they still need to eat. So when they haven't got the ability to support themselves, you best be ready to support them. Because that's what also comes with the woman having no rights. It's like a child. That child cannot support themselves. So as long as you have that child or those children, it's your duty to make sure they eat and are clothed and get educated and blah, 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 until they're able to do it for themselves. A woman with no rights becomes your permanent child and your responsibility. Are you, as a man, championing this women lose their rights business? Are you willing to take on a woman like that? Because if the men are not taking on the women now, what hope do they have when the women have no rights? That's why the argument is goofy. A person who doesn't think is going to say, oh yes, women should lose their rights. Okay, well, who is going to pay for that woman's food every day? Are you going to pay for it? It's just ridiculous.
Oftentimes women were actually a protected class, so, and the only reason
didn't do anything about it because she had nowhere to go to do anything about it. So yes, she was protected in one sense, but open to abuse in another.
that I'm cutting you off is because, the more we repeat this stuff, the more we think it's true. It's just not true. The first female millionaire, 1800s, women, even in ancient Egypt, there were examples of female pharaohs.
Esther.
And I read in the comment section, somebody was saying like, even men who didn't own property were not allowed to vote. So it wasn't just women. It wasn't like women had all the no freedom and all the men had all the freedom. And I think what happened was when black people were about to be given the vote, the white racist women suddenly reared up their head and said, whoa, how is a nigger gonna get a vote before me, the white queen? That's how it went down. And then they said, okay, well, if we're gonna give black people who are like 2/3 of a human being the vote, we might as well give the woman as well. So that's how it went down. The woman has always been like looking down on other people, but when she saw the black man was going to get the vote before her, she's like, oh no, we can't stand for that. That's how it went.
Yeah, and you know what? You're absolutely correct. And I believe Susan B. Anthony, if I'm not mistaken, that made that comment. And really, all of this really stems from the circumstances and the situations which you touched on it earlier. A lot of this stuff stems from white men oppressing. It really had nothing to do with black people.
Feminism is not really a black issue because black men were never in a position. Yeah,
we were never in a position to do that. It's not.
Even
but due to the fact that go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, but at some point in time, feminism started being used as a tool to separate the black family, and this is where we are today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and, I mean, what I believe is that the white woman, she needed to boost her numbers, So any woman, they're going to indoctrinate them to come over to this narrative. So the black woman, in her desperation to be accepted by white people, jumped on this bandwagon of being oppressed by the black man, you see. And obviously we know a lot of the rhetoric that black women subscribe to, it came from like black lesbians. And the black lesbians had a gripe with obviously straight men. Because at that time, certain things like assaulting women, raping women and things like that, it might be looked down on, but it was like sometimes people felt like, well, you can't really like rape your wife. That's your wife. That box belongs to you. So just take it whenever you want, kind of thing. It's like if she's a woman, she's second-class citizen, she's property, so we can just do what we like to her. So obviously, society being probably very religious and things like that, having certain societal norms, they really frowned upon the homosexual lifestyle. So the lesbians had a massive chip on their shoulder, and I'm not saying not rightfully so, because of the way they were treated by society for their sexuality. But then they repackaged it like an issue against the man versus the woman, as opposed to straight people versus gay people. That's how they got feminism in the black community, that, oh, these black men are so disgusting and all they want to do is hurt us. No, they feel like your homosexuality needs to be corrected, and I'm going to give you the work of God to make you straight again. Which I'm not saying is a right thing or a good thing or a funny thing to do. It's obviously disgusting. But that's how feminism infiltrated the black community, that the man was oppressing the woman sexually, kind of thing. But in reality, you know, slave masters used to take black women away on holidays. It wasn't criminal to teach a black woman to read. It was a problem to teach a black man to read. But, you know, black women were being educated, they had jobs. And this is what, you know, perverted the dynamic, especially in the States, between the black man and the black woman. Because, as I said earlier, a woman has to look up to her man. If a man can only get a menial job or can't get employed at all, he's uneducated, can't even read, and she's got a job as a nanny, a cleaner, and she can read and write, obviously she thinks, what am I doing this man for? I'm doing better than him. I can turn to Zaddy, okay, he's a racist and an abuser, but at least I get a check. I can pay for myself, I can feed these kids, I can manage my own life without a man. And that's how the dynamic by white people was actually perverted and reversed. So when Pearl talks about these things, the black people were the canary in the coal mine. They were the guinea pig that trialed this perverted dynamic. And when they realized, wow, these women are emotional, we can give them money and they'll just give the money right back to us through their spending, they rolled it out to the entirety of society, which is why we have this reversal of the genders across, you know, all races now. So Pearl is not going to talk about that bit. Yeah.
You know what's funny? That's like to hear other races complain about it.
Gone quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I was gonna say that's why I never really like to hear other races complain about this whole thing that's going on gender-wise, because nobody had an issue when it was us. No one had an issue when we were affected. You know, black men and black women. Nobody cared because it wasn't them. Now that this whole feminist thing has really started to really affect people worldwide, other than us, black men and black women, all of a sudden it's an issue. And now you're hearing people saying, "Oh, you know, this has to change. We have to do something about this." But when that dynamic was happening between black men and black women, especially white men championed it. They was the ones that was, you know, the architects behind. So yeah, I don't really feel bad for it.
And the thing is this, the thing is this, sorry, I'm checking the audio. The thing is this, the reason why people are getting worried now is because everything is falling apart. Before, they wanted it to fall apart. And to be honest with you, people, this is why they're attacking the manosphere and the red pill spaces. They don't really want the manosphere to change. The masses are unhappy with the way things are going, because people can see that this dynamic between men and women is not functioning. But the people who run society, they couldn't give two shits. They're happy. They make money from this chaos. That's why they protect it and keep it going. Okay, they might try to give Pearl a little platform here and there to talk what she wants to talk. But really and truly, they don't care. You can talk
Absolutely.
to the wind if you like. Yeah, they don't care. Because Absolutely. At the end of the day...
They've been completely consumed by greed. And that's what it's all... That's what it's been about from day one in the West. It's about capitalism, greed.
Exactly. You know, if you send people to prison, they'll still be an asset to society. We will enslave you in prison. You will make things for the Dollar Tree. You will. You will make products that we will sell for $1 for us as a modern day slave in the prison system. We will shoot you in the street, and then we will give police officers and judges jobs. We will lock your ass up. We will bury you. We will, you know, send you to a menial job so you can live in a one-room apartment and count yourself severely blessed. And that's it. You will be a modern day slave working for us in this dysfunctional society. We don't want you to have strong families, because when you have strong families, you might get bright ideas like rebelling against the government. We need to keep you dancing on TikTok. We need to keep you dancing on YouTube. And we need, yeah.
You forgot one thing. You was on point. You forgot one thing. And if you manage to avoid all of that, we still have ways set up where with these high prices and rent and food to perpetually keep you stagnated. So.
Exactly. Once upon a time, you could get a loan for studying and you would pay that loan back and go on with the rest of your life. Now you try to get an education, you can't even get a damn job to cover the cost of the debt you acquired. Like, you can't start a family because you're spending your whole existence trying to cover the cost of the debt. So, you know, it's all a money-making scam, that dysfunction. This is where what Pearl says, in one sense, is beneficial, because if everybody checked out and went back to traditionalism and humbled themselves in a generational truth, things could be fixed, because you would have stable families. You wouldn't have so much degeneracy in society because people come from stable households. But the powers that be don't want that. Secretly, they don't want that. George says, my issue with Pearl is that she would call this behavior being a snowflake if it was someone else, and if it was a different issue. You know, she's just a hypocrite. She's not really serious about nothing. Don't mind her. There are a few black millionaires, however, it does not mean our rights are not violated. The same with women. Exactly. The token Negro is something that they love to hold out all the time. Well, Jay-Z is a billionaire. Oh, Oprah's a billionaire. So because we have these tokens, that must mean nobody is oppressed. And why do you keep talking about slavery? We're not talking about slavery anymore. We're talking about the redlining. We're talking about the blockbuster. We're talking about the institutional racism. We're talking about the disproportionate stop and search. We're talking about harsher sentencing for black people. We're talking about the everyday discrimination and even the passive aggression that black people face at the hands of white people. We're not talking about slavery because nobody here today was a slave owner or a slave. No, we're not talking about that. Stop trying to deflect back to slavery.
You forgot the new one, antisocial. You forgot the new one today.
There's a new one?
Quit being a victim. Quit being a victim. This victim mentality.
Well, if you're victimizing me, what else am I supposed to be? Because my thing is the passive aggression and the denial that white people often engage in.
Yeah,
they know they do shady things.
Yes, that's their new argument. The victim mentality. You can't
really prove it. Yeah, it's not really. Well, we have been.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yes, that's their way of saying that. Try to shame you being silent about what they're actually doing.
Yeah,
that's their way of
to hide. They don't really like to be called out. That's why they start spazzing out when you start talking about the things that they do in terms of racism. This is why they like to talk about racism. Slavery. They think it's a trump card. Well, nobody here today was a slave, so why are you still as if everybody's talking about slavery? Yeah, you got Umar Johnson. He loves to jump on the slavery bandwagon. But apart from that, we're not talking about that anymore. We're talking about the stuff that you engage in and turn a blind eye to every day.
Absolutely.
That's what we're talking about. Mr. Uganda said,
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
This is an aspect of white women's societal womanhood, seeking the same opportunities as their men. So in a sense, within their brand of womanhood, there is an aspiration to be manlike. Of course. The woman has always wanted to be on par with the man. See, even that dynamic of giving black women access to education ahead of black men, they are crafting black womanhood to become like white men. They did. They wanted that because they knew that a woman is going to give her resources back to the men. So if you want to siphon all of the resources out of a community, just like in the Garden of Eden, the serpent didn't go to Adam. He used the woman to get to the man. It's just a tried method that works. If you want to corrupt
So,
and
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
no, go for it.
antisocial. I
Cut me
just
off
wanted to say,
anytime. Go for it.
no,
Go for it.
no, I just wanted to say this real quick, sister, with what you were saying, and I wanted to know if you was able to make this connection. In the next 15 to 20 years, the pharmaceutical companies are going to even make more money. Do you know why?
No, I can't think.
I'm pretty sure you'll be able.
Are they going to
You'll.
use? Is it artificial insemination? No.
No. One of the reasons, and that could be a strong possibility, but one of the reasons because you've covered all of the BS that they sold a lot of these women with feminism and everything else. You have so many women that are single, they can't find a man,
Antidepressants.
or they're gonna make money off of prescribing antidepressants. Absolutely.
And that's already a big thing. That's already a big thing. So again, women are unhappy because they can't, it's like people think like, oh, okay, I'm going to be a thought, I'm going to be a hoe, I'm going to run around and have this fun and have my city girl era. But then after that city girl era runs out pretty quickly, you've got a long time to sit alone and think about what you did, how you was at a junction in your life, a V in the road. And you can't really be a hoe and a housewife unless you secure the husband and be a hoe for that man. Okay, you can be a hoe if you get a husband first. But if you go down the road of being a single independent woman and hoeing and things like that, okay, you might make money and da-da-da-da-da. Your reputation is going to go before you. Your mind and your trauma is going to go before you. And your ability to secure a good man or the man that you really want, that could diminish as your age diminishes. So, or your age goes forward. So once you kind of get into the habit of living a certain way, you're going to maybe find it hard even to commit to a man. And that's what they don't tell these women when they're saying, go be a city girl, city girls up kind of thing. So, of course, these women have a long time to think about the decisions they made in their teens and their 20s as they're starting to age and age out of the game. And it's like, it's not just about looks. It's not just whatever. It's about life. Like, as you get older, you don't have time, strength, or energy for the BS. A lot of these women say they're single and happy, and I really believe them. Because when you're young and you're out here trying to find a man, date, do this, do that, it's a lot. A lot of women are just like, you know what, I've checked out. I've got my box wine and my cats. I'm good. I got a job. I go to my job. I pay my bill and I sit down in my house quietly. They might be lonely, but at the same time, they're like, you know what? I'm lonely, but on the other hand, I got peace. I'm not here running the streets trying to find somebody or find something or look for something. You understand? So definitely antidepressants is going to become a thing because people are not fulfilled. And because they've rejected traditionalism, they don't know what it means to be fulfilled. But then what used to fulfill them, they said it's oppression. So you want to find that balance.
And the funny thing about that is one or two things that women like that. Either because, like you said, it's cool when you're in your teens and your 20s and different things like that, even in your early 30s. But when the brain start using its maximum power, when the physical can no longer use its maximum power, which means
this is it.
As on, you start to reflect on your past decisions, and the older you get, you reflect on your youth because that was a time when you were vibrant, and you were the world seemed so much bigger and new to you, and you can just and when you're young, everyone is interested in knowing who you're a young person, and you and you interact with different people, and you associate with different people, and you're doing your thing, and you out there doing whatever you want, and you feel like the world is yours until you get older, and then all of those past decisions that you made that caused you to be set back or unfulfilled, you start reflecting on those decisions, and it hits you like a ton of bricks. It A lot of these women, like a ton of bricks, they'll never admit that they've given up. Some of them will never admit that they've given up. But
That's true.
it's one thing. The only thing that's worse is a vindictive person that known that they made bad decisions, that known that they you know, did the wrong things. They've, you know, slowed themselves out or hoard
Hmm.
themselves out. Turn around and they will instill those same ideologies into a younger generation of women. They want to see them fail because they never succeeded.
Yeah, this is it. This is why the red pill and these spaces are so crucial, because at the end of the day, it's having the uncomfortable conversation. You know, like I've said this before, so you know, I'm like a broken record. Just because you know something is wrong doesn't mean you know how to make it right. Knowing that there's a problem doesn't mean you know how to solve it. And so a lot of people are repeating what their previous parents or generations did because they don't know any better. They know it's not perfect, but they don't know how to make it perfect. So these conversations are critical because, you know, in order for people to, or society even to improve, first things first, we have to change our mind. We have to change our mind. We have to change our perspective and our perceptions, and see things from a better angle so that we can make better decisions. You know, that's why the manosphere comes under attack, because knowledge is truly power. You know, Mr. Uganda said East Asia is propping up with their gender imbalances and they can't blame the West or black people for it. You see, shout out to George. He said, doesn't quit being a victim remind you of stop hitting yourself? When you were a kid, they victimize us and tell us not to be the victim. It's exactly like that. They're throwing rocks and hiding their hand and saying, why are you complaining that you've got a cocoa on your head or something? You know, shout out to Hood Servative in the building. He said, don't blame us, guys. Yes, Hood Servative, we have to blame you guys. We have to. We have to. I don't subscribe to the notion of men are the leaders. I don't really like people who say that. I don't know how you feel, 18th letter, about this. When I hear people saying men are the leaders in society, I can't support this notion, because to be a leader, first you have to be trained to lead. And a lot of men are not being trained to dominate. That's the word I'm going to use. They're not trained to dominate in their finances, their eating, their spending. They don't know how to dominate their woman in a relationship. And I'm not saying abuse her and knock her up, you know, upside the head or something, but I'm talking about when she comes to you with a certain problem, do you know how to handle that in a situation that diffuses the situation? You know, she comes to you talking crazy. Do you know how to diffuse that anger? Or she's got an emotional problem. Do you know how to console and support? Because to dominate also means to dominate with wisdom. Are you able to impart wisdom so when your woman is not with you, she thinks, oh, what would my man say? What would my man do? All right, I'm going to do that because I know he's proven himself. This is where submission comes in. She's submitting her will and her emotionalism to your logic. Okay, so it's like I have to blame the guys, because if the man is not leading, the woman is going to try to lead. What do you think, 18th letter?
Yeah, I gotta disagree on that one.
What?
I definitely understand
What?
where
How?
Hood
How?
Servative is coming from.
No, 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 no. Don't encourage that man. Don't encourage that man. Just because you agreed with him, I have to put him in timeout now. Conservative, you're not allowed to
Oh no,
comment.
no,
Yeah, yes, yes. Women's rights, women's rights.
no. The thing, and one of the reasons why is because society has completely done a complete 180 when it comes to traditional roles, different things like that. Unfortunately, in the West, the government has used women against the men, and
Oh yeah,
so when a
definitely. Yeah.
woman don't want to follow a man's leadership, she can use the government against him, which is what we've seen in the black community time and time again. And it's
Yes.
gotten to the point
Yes.
most men, you know, They just decided that, you know, this is not in my best interest, or they're completely unmotivated to even you know, fight tooth and nail to salvage something that's unsalvageable. And
Yeah,
to
definitely.
a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of the, you know, the policies and the laws, the court systems, and everything has all been in women's favor. And even, I mean, we've seen on TikTok and here on YouTube, women can just turn around and lie and make up about a man trying to accost them, or a man stalking them, or a man doing this and doing that, and people would just believe it. They'll lie out of attention, just to get some attention, you know. And it's
Yes, that's
even
true.
it's a problem when feminism that has overtaken the universities, where women that never had an issue with men, women that never, you know, that's always had their fathers or men as a support system. Whenever those women in their youth start going to universities, and that's when you know it's social engineering, and that is where we're at today. So it's extremely difficult for men. The only way you can dominate, really, what you would think, is when you look at what happens outside of the West, when a lot of other men that you know, and the laws that they have in place. I mean, we saw two American women, I believe it was some British women as well, that went to other countries talking crazy, and there's laws where you can't talk crazy to men and you get thrown in prison. That is, so, you know, that would be the only way, like, certain be able to change. But as long as the elite of the West want it this way, unfortunately, is going to remain. Which partially too is why you see certain men that are leaving, that are going overseas to try to find someone who has more of a traditional mindset. Because and you see people are even leaving and staying overseas. They're not even coming back to America. So, or
Okay.
Britain,
Mm-hmm.
for that matter. So that's where we at right now, unfortunately. And it's men
Yeah,
out
yeah,
here that
yeah.
are great
Nay, nay,
problem
nay.
solvers.
Yeah. Yeah. No, because I'm just want you to get it off. Get it off. Go on. Because you know, once I start talking, go on. Go on. No. So this is a very complex problem, because people are willing to throw away. They're willing to throw away the best thing for immediate gratification. In the immediate, they want to have their cake and eat it. They want to have fun. They want to go out. They want to be free. They want to sleep with whoever they want. I'm talking about the women. And they're like, to hell with the consequences. I'll deal with the long-term ramifications of my actions when I get there. But when they get there, the grass is far from greener. They thought that somehow their fun in the youth is going to translate into something in the future. And as we're both in agreement that the elites orchestrate these problems. They glamorize and glorify a culture which is unsustainable for the individual, not for them. Because the more you spread the degeneracy, it's going to come on the next generation who are young and hot and excited, and they're just going to keep sending money into the system. But a man, I will stand on what I said, which is, we can't save society. Individuals have to first work on saving themselves, in air quotes. I don't mean like spiritually, but I mean in this world, every individual man has to dominate. You cannot get around the laws. But there's a way as a man you have to move where you don't tolerate bullshit. And the trouble with a lot of men, obviously, a lot of men have been conditioned by society. They've been conditioned by their single moms or women in their, even a man who doesn't come from a single parent household. If the father is passive and, running behind the mother, it's still the situation where the woman is the one looked up to. All right. Hoodservative, no. You know, I love you very much, but I'm going to say no. Hoodie, it's not gaslighting. A man has to stand with his nuts in his hand, not in his woman's purse. He has to stand up, have pride, have standards. You cannot be running behind women's skirt, chasing everything with a pulse, and at the same time, a hoe has no reason to follow a man. A woman who's a hoe, who knows she can get everything she needs from everybody because she just has to look good with her breasts out, does not need to follow anybody. Let me tell you that. Her bill is paid, her lights are on, the Wi-Fi is working, the fridge is full, and she's getting fluted out. Okay? She's getting fluted out. She's going on holiday more times in a year than many people do in their entire damn life because the simping is high. So if men want the culture to change, they need to stop funding the whole culture. They do. Because women wouldn't do what they do if men didn't pay for it. Anybody can have a man or two or five if they're willing to prostitute themselves in some way. Go out scantily clad, just point at the vagina and say, here it is, there's a queue forming. Wasn't it that woman that did the whole Guinness World Record? I think there were two. How many men she can sleep with, was it in a day or something? The queue is round the block. Imagine having the ticket 697. So 698 man gone in that vagina that day. And you're queuing to get into that woman's vagina. Imagine how depraved and desperate you have to be to take a ticket and stand in a queue for a woman that is in there with hundreds of men in one day. And you're on the internet talking about a woman who has hundreds of men in her life, but there's a man standing in a queue for a woman who's had hundreds of men in one day, 124-hour period. Don't talk to me about the woman, because the women are enabled and funded by the men. We cannot fix society because society, as you said, is under an authority that supersedes the authority in the house. But as an individual man, you have to stand up and say, if you are about this life, because the thing is this, they like to talk about virgins. This is another gripe I have. Oh, no hymen, no diamond. There's one dude on this internet. He said, I've had 7 virgins. So where is your wife? Up to now, I don't see no damn ring on your finger. 7 men didn't get a virgin because you deflowered them. And not one of those women with their unused vagina you married. So why are you out here talking about no hymen, no diamond? And you know damn well if the girl has a hymen, you're still not giving her no damn diamond. These are the games the men out here are playing. They're playing. They're not dominating in their life. They're not getting on point with their finances, their physique. They're not getting their money up. They're not getting an education or their job. You know, you don't have to be educated. If you've got a good job when you don't have an education, who cares about the education? It's the job we need. You having a certificate on the wall is not paying the bill. Going to work every day with a skill set that's valuable is what pays the bill. So as long as you can do that, that's all that matters. And the men are here complaining on the internet about hoes. Okay, she's a hoe, but she makes money. She gets up every day, she puts in work. Applying all that makeup and getting those breast implants costs. She's working it out on her damn back. I'm not a fan of prostitution. I don't support it. But she's making moves. What about you, sir? I'm sorry. I know that sounds harsh, but that's how I see it. Men out here need to step up and dominate. Not just be out here talking about the women all the time like, I want you to come to the table as a wife. In fact, you have to fashion a woman. When you get her, she may have raw material, but you still need to lead her into a next level of greatness as a woman. She's not going to come ready. You as the man have to craft her into the next level and shape her. That's why I'm going to come down now. It says a helpmeet, a suitable helper. As the man, you're going to take that raw material and you're going to refine it. And that woman's going to say, damn, I thought I was great, but this man has made me better. But a lot of the men are not striving to be better. So how can they make a woman better? I'm sorry. And that's why the women are shitting on the men out here, because they might not be great, but they're still doing more than a lot of the men out here. So that's how I see it. That's how I see it.
I completely disagree. Yeah, I can't speak.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree, because go on. No, I'm not upset if you disagree. I'm happy that you disagree. I want to hear your other perspective, because you might be able to change my mind and educate me on where you're coming from. But maybe I'm looking at it as a woman.
Yeah, I think you may be looking at it from the perspective of being a woman. I can't speak on the UK, but I can say here in the States, a lot of men have done everything they can to meet the standards, and have at least the things that are necessary to make a family. When you look at the situation with the women, a lot of the women are the ones that's complaining about college debt being $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in college debt, while a lot of men don't have that issue, because a lot of us realized that college was, and a lot of us decided to take on a trade, whether that be truck driving, whether that be welding, an electrician, various skills that we were able to make money without necessarily going to college and racking up college debt.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men here in the States are in the middle class. As far as I believe, the middle class is $50,000 a year or something like that, or no, $60,000 a year. A lot of men are already in that particular realm. You can't lead something that don't want to follow. A lot of men dominating. A lot of men's way of dominating is, first and foremost, I'm not gonna play this game. I'm not gonna play this game of you putting me down, or you trying to look down upon me because you're backed up by the government, and you are. So therefore, you feel that you don't really, or you just have like this mindset. So a lot of men are bowing out and they're walking away, because I'm not gonna compromise my masculinity for anybody, especially a woman that's very unappreciative and very entitled. And a lot of brothers are leaving that away. And like everything that you said, a lot of men have already did that. A lot of men have stepped up. This has been going on for decades. This is not something new. This has been going on for a very long time. It's gotten to the point where a lot of men are just tired. They don't want to keep playing a losing game. And why do that when I can have my own individual peace and I don't have to deal with
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. What I will say is this: a relationship between a man and a woman is not a one-time thing. Like the YouTube, when I was saying earlier, people used to say, oh, you make money on YouTube, just make a video, upload it, and it will make money forever. And it's like, no, a relationship is a living thing. It needs to be maintained, especially because, and I'm not having a go at you, I'm just like, and I'm probably shouting as well, because a relationship is something that is living. This is why when relationships become stagnant, people start straying. It's something that has to be maintained every day. You cannot just have a relationship and sit it there. There's every day there's going to be issues, there's going to be challenges. People have moments and moods. We know women have their menstrual cycle. Some days they're up there, some days they're down here. And that man has to manage that situation on a day-to-day basis. And so I understand the plight, and the weight on a man's shoulders is very heavy. What he's expected to do is a lot. The expectation and the pressure on a man to be a man is a lot. Being the financial advisor, making decisions about where the family is going to live, protecting, providing, being an emotional support system, satisfying the woman in the bedroom. I mean, a number of things a man is expected to take control of is a lot. So I understand that a lot of men don't want that burden for what they perceive as little to nothing in return. Okay, that's why in some respects you've got to pick the right woman for you who's going to respect what you bring to the table, because obviously encouragement sweetens labor. If you are working hard and you have a woman who's a cheerleader in your corner, that's going to make it's going to keep your motivation to keep doing what you have to do higher, because it's not you're not fighting outside the house and then having to fight in the house as well. Okay, but at the end of the day, that is the role of a man. A man is superior to a woman because he has superior responsibilities he's expected to manage. So if that man is checking out, then I mean, because my question now is this: if men want to check out, then what exactly are you going to do? Are you just going to go monk mode? Are you just going to live a single solitary life? Like, what are we going to do here? You know, because are the men just going to abandon relationships and be alone? Do you know what I mean? It's like a tsunami. Are
it's a
you going to get
combination of all
trampled in the
three.
stampede? Yeah, are you going to get trampled in the stampede, or are you going to run? Because if there's a stampede coming towards you or a wave, you have two options: stand still and get washed over, or you have to start trying to outrun it. And a lot of men are just saying, I'm just going to let it wash over me and trample me, and that's it. I give up, you know, and they're not happy for that either. In that situation, when they're getting trampled, are they happy?
But
No.
see, here's the
So,
thing. Can you? Here's the thing, really quickly. That you said it's a combination of all three. Men with the resources and means of are taking their resources and they're deciding to go overseas or go somewhere else where they can find more traditional women. The men that are deciding to monk mode, see, you got to remember the generations. As the generations go on, that masculinity that men once had, in the 80s and the 90s, that's dissipating because this newer generation that are growing up, hearing this misandry. They're growing up with the idea that, because that's what's being put in their heads through media, through commercials, through movies, through rhetoric of women constantly talking down to men. So they don't have this switch in the back of their heads to turn on that on this overt masculinity to prove to women that I'm more dominant. They don't have that. So in most cases, they're thinking, you know what? And then you have women that saying, well, I don't want you unless you got this, and this, and my standards are this, and this. Most men are not going to measure up. A lot of men are just saying, you know what, to hell with her. I'm gonna do me. Whether I watch adult films or different things like that. I'm just gonna do that and stay the hell away from these women. And you're right that it's gonna be men that are sad, but the thing is that it's gonna be women that are way worse off because men never was raised to have this ideology that someone was coming to save us. The difference between men and women is that men are told the truth from the beginning. We're told as that nobody's going to care about you. You have to do this. You have to do this to make sure that like no one's going to care if anything happens to you. So men already have that in their mind that, hey, whatever the end results is going to be is going to be. I've accepted that, but women hasn't. So the women end way worse off than the men because they feel, especially as they get older, they need that that masculine presence, or they need somebody there, despite whatever they thought process was. But what's scarier than that? Knowing that you need that masculine figure there, any type of way how to get that person, because you've been brainwashed into believing what you believe, and you don't even know how to think differently. But you know you need to think differently, but you don't know how.
Yeah,
Which is
that's true.
what's
That is
scaring a lot of these
scary.
women today.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you. Like that. You made a point earlier about my short-term memory. It's like men are checking out, but men are like, first and foremost, men going abroad. I 100% agree with that. I don't have a problem with a man moving his environment to find what he's looking for. But this, in a sense, is a way of him dominating in his situation. He's like, I can't find what I'm looking for in my present environment. I'm going to position myself to get what I want. Because the issue is, when a man is doing a relationship on the woman's terms, this is when he's going to feel emasculated and unhappy. Secretly, he's going to resent that woman because he is not being authentic. Okay, so I understand like what you're saying, that men are saying they don't need to do this or whatever. Hoodie said, apparently getting women jobs. I thought you said men having jobs wasn't enough. You said the men are doing enough, but the reality is no. Every day, a man and a woman need to work at a relationship. The woman has to choose to listen, to humble herself, and to submit to that man's leadership. But that man also has to choose every day to step up and do the hard job and lift the heavy weight, even when he doesn't feel like doing it. And because we have this gender reversal where the men are emotional and weak and the women are overbearing, the man is not saying, whoa, 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 we're not doing that. And part of the problem is, again, this not clout chasing, but this baddie chasing culture. I want a baddie that I can brag to my friends about, but you cannot manage that woman. You haven't got what it takes to make that woman look up to you. Not you personally. I'm talking to men in general. A lot of these men, the amount of guys I see when I go out and the woman is trailing the man behind her, they're holding hands, swinging hands, and she's out in front and he's like the little son that she's dragging up the high street. And I think this dynamic looks wrong. This man is supposed to be in front, because if there was an intruder coming or like an aggressor coming towards you, she's the one who's got to defend your weak ass. Like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. But because you're so desperate to have some vagina in your life, you would rather walk behind your woman like a small boy instead of being out in front. And if she turns around and says, I want to walk in front, you say either you get back or you just get out. A lot of men are not confident enough to dismiss a woman when she does not meet their standard, because they themselves don't even have standards. This is what I'm talking to, that men need to have principles. And it's not a case of I'm bowing out of the relationship game. It's I'm willing to go single until the one who is willing to work with my program. First, you got to have a program. When that one who's willing to work with my program comes on and they're jumping on board my program, then we will go forward. If you're out here trying to run something, we can have fun, but the door is there. And I'm letting you know, I don't roll like that. I'm quite content being single. I'm not going to have no bitch leading me. Do you understand? I'm not saying be like a dictator. I'm saying be a man who's got purpose. You have drive. You know where you're going. And you're like, you will be an accompaniment to my life. Not I become an accompaniment to the woman's life. An accessory to her. That's what I'm talking about with men dominating. If more men had that attitude, they would filter out a lot of these troublemaker women, and they wouldn't get into the situations where it's a losing battle in the first place. I'm not saying anything is 100%, but for me, that's how I look at it. A woman has to be able to respect her man. And the way she can respect her man is a man walking in a way where he's showing himself respect. A man who will downgrade himself for a woman, she will walk straight over him. You don't need to be rude or nasty, but you need to be firm. Stand for something and let your actions speak like as loud as your words, kind of thing. Do you see what I'm saying? So Let me just get through some of these comments. George says, preach, Auntie. I'm so tired of individuals promoting sex work and living indecent. And this goes for the men and the women. And the thing is this, there's nothing wrong with being, like I said, being a hoe. But you got to be a hoe for the right person. Be a hoe for the person who's, if you're a woman, be a good hoe for that man who goes to work every day and is paying those bills. When he comes home, you should have on nothing but a smile and a hot plate of food in your hand. That man needs to be like, God damn, I can't wait to get home to my wife. She's a freak. She gets me going. When the kids go to bed, we have a good time. She takes care of me. I want to go to work. I want to do that dangerous job. I want to take on those extra hours because I got a woman at home who's taking care of business the way she's supposed to. And does that mean that that man is not going to stray or do the wrong thing? No. There are some men, they have good wives at home and they're still like a dog roaming street. But there are a lot of men who are content with one woman, but they can't even get that one woman to act right. Yeah. I don't believe that all men are dogs.
Let me ask you a question. What's your for the women that say, no, I don't want to do that. That's oppressive. I don't want to live like that.
Man, F that bitch. I don't care. If she don't want to do that, then how you's gonna be. No, I'm telling you straight up, bitch, if you don't want to anyway, I'm biased. Because I actually like that stuff. As I said earlier, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm so weak. I can't even fight. So I might talk tough on the internet, but trust me, I'm a soft soap out here. I love cooking for my man, even though I can't really cook. Yeah, I'll try and clean. I'll probably ruin all your clothes, but I mean, it's the effort that counts, right? I tried to wash it, but I put the colors with the whites.
Oh no, that's a no. Oh my God, no.
No, I know. Separate the white. I know that. I'll probably wash it on a temperature that's too high though, so everything would just be stretched out or shrunk. But we bypass that.
Lord have mercy.
But it's the effort. It's the effort. It was the thought that counts. I saw the dirty clothes and I tried to wash them. But I like all that stuff. I like romance. I love all that stuff. So if you got a woman who don't want to do all that, then bitch, you're going to be single. You're going to be single. Or listen, if you don't want to do that stuff, but you make money, then you need to pay somebody to come in and do it. Because when that man goes to work, he doesn't care how you frigging got the house clean and the dinner on the table. All he wants to know is when he comes through the door, the clothes are clean and the house is clean, the kids are clean, you are clean and the dinner's there. If you had to pay a friend and say, listen, I don't want to cook and clean, you need money, let's do a deal. My man give me some money, here you go, let me break you off something, and you come clean this toilet and cook this dinner and make sure you're out by the time he comes home. When he comes home, he happy. Who cares who done it? As long as it gets done. It's not every woman is a domestic goddess, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you don't like cooking and cleaning, or you can't cook, who cares? Just pay somebody. That's what Uber Eats is for. You know, no, I'm serious. We got to make this thing work. If you've got a good man, take care of your good man. Treat him like, I know they say Kang, and they like to take the piss. Treat him like a king. If that man is going out to work every day doing the right thing by you, do right by him. Make sure his clothes are clean. Make sure there's a hot plate of food. Because listen, Keisha at the water cooler is coming to school to work every day with a container for your man. I said it earlier. You don't want to do those things and be a freak and cook and clean, or make sure that man's taken care of emotionally and physically around the house. Put on your short blonde wig and your pearl earrings and talk about there's 3 people in this marriage. You ever hear that quote from Diana, Princess Diana? She did an interview when after her marriage.
I believe I have.
Yeah. What's his name? Bashir interviewed her. Charles thought Diana was a donkey, like a DICK head. He thought she was a little squab. Diana was a bad girl. She said, listen, from day one, there's been 3 people in this marriage, because Charles always loved Camilla, but he couldn't marry her because Camilla was known to not be a virgin, and the Prince of Wales had to marry a virgin. So he got Diana like a damn beard. And all along, he's having it away with Camilla, who also was married to somebody else and divorced. Diana did Diana wasn't backwards about coming forward. She said, listen, there's 3 people in this marriage. And if you want to be a woman with a husband, but you think you're going to run that man and he's a good man, trust and believe you also are going to have at least 3 people in that marriage, because he's got a work wife. He's got a bitch that he sees at the strip club. There's one that he sees at the shop. Everywhere he goes, he's looking for that loving that he's supposed to get at home. So continue to play games with your marriage. Continue to play games. If you get a marriage, you won't have that marriage for long. Let me tell you that straight. Be that whole cook, clean. If you can't cook and clean, pay somebody to come and do it. So when your man comes home, you can give him your best. Because if he's giving you the best, you need to give that man the best. And if you can't give that man the best, just be a side chick, just be a girlfriend, just be a 9-to-5. He sees you after 9, he sends you out before 5, and call it that. Don't complain. Your mouth's not supposed to be open if you know you're not willing to play your part. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Let me get you some of these comments. Hoodservative, you just said that women having education and jobs makes them not want to cooperate. No, you need to know how to manage it. There's certain good things about a woman having a job. Say, for example, the bills can't get covered by the man. Then obviously she might need to work. Some people don't have children. And if they don't have kids, maybe there's no real reason for her to be a stay-at-home wife or girlfriend if she doesn't have children. She can do other things. She doesn't necessarily have to go and clock in at a job. She could have a business that she runs from the house. If you guys have a business, you can work together. That's still work. Do you understand? I'm not saying that a woman having a job or an education is intrinsically a bad thing. Obviously, the problem is the woman gets indoctrinated into thinking, because I can make my own money, I don't need a man. I don't have a reason to look up to a man. And also, if the man is not doing what he needs to do to show, like a man needs to pick a woman that's a few steps beneath him so that she automatically has to look up to him. A lot of these men want women out of their league, women that they can't get the woman to look up to them because she's already doing more than he is. Which a parent is looking up to their child? Only an idiot is looking up to their child. Okay, a child may be able to do something that you don't know, like manage TikTok or work the computer or something, because you come from a generation where you didn't grow up with that. But other than that, a child is in a child's place. But you have men out here who are looking up to their woman, but then still want the woman to respect them. It's not going to work. We're not built like that. We're just not built like that, Hoodie. Stop being silly. It was the old black sitcoms that pushed going to university. We have to understand the mechanics at play here. Exactly. There is an agenda, and we need women to wake up and understand you're being played. You're being used as a mule for society. You're compromising your health. You're compromising your family and your future to go and basically be the white man's modern day slave. Okay? There's nothing wrong with being educated, but don't throw away your future for a little bit of immediate whatever. Kelvin Cook said, well, tell the side chicks to stop being home wreckers if you enjoy being by yourself, right? Man, F that noise right there. F that noise. Listen to me very carefully. You see, when that man stood at that altar and said, I do, there wasn't no third person at the altar. All right, I'll tell you a story. I haven't got stories for days, but I got a few. When I first left home, right, I was thinking about this. So funny you said this. When I first left home, I was 16. And my friend said, I know somebody where you can stay. So in the flat, the apartment, there's 2 bedrooms and the lounge. And this girl is renting out all of the rooms. One night, I'm in her room. So there's like the bed and then there's like a couch. And I'm sleeping on the couch. It is what it is. In the bed is the girl whose flat it is, her son, my friend, her man, and her kid. 5 people in one bed. The friend, the man, or 4. My friend, the girl whose flat it is, the girl whose flat it is, man, and her son. 4 people on a twin bed, a double bed. I'm asleep. and I feel somebody grab me by the right wrist and drag me up off the couch. I'm half asleep, but I get up. I feel this person lift my arm up, and then obviously the rest of the body followed. So I'm standing and I feel somebody leading me down the hallway. The cold air hitting me like shit. Next thing, I'm standing face to face in the bathroom, and this man's whispering to me, "Let's have sex." Man, the adrenaline kicked in same time. I was wide awake. And I said, "No." And I bust out of the bathroom, and I met somebody was in the other room going to the toilet. We crossed paths in the hall, and then see the man coming out behind me. I've just moved in. Not long. The girl doesn't even know me. The next day, she cooking food at the sink. So I said, all right, we have to have this conversation. So she said something about, basically, like, maybe you think you can take my man or something. I don't know what she said. She said something like, I don't know what she said. I don't remember. But I remember what I said because I'm such a straight person. I didn't even mean it to sound funny. I said, "I never took your man. He came to me." And you see, from that day, I said, I will never, unless, and it has to be my friend or my family. If my man strays, I will never fight the other woman. I will never do it. Because at the day when we said we're together or we're married, that bitch wasn't there. She doesn't have a commitment to me. The man who is supposed to be by my side is the one who has the commitment to me. So if he freaking doesn't know where he's supposed to be, I'm not going to blame a bitch on the side. For all we know, a woman can be dating a man and that man doesn't even let her know he's got a woman somewhere. She thinks that that's her man, and all along he's got a wife or a girlfriend or something somewhere. So I would never call a side chick a home wrecker per se, because it's a side dude, a home wrecker. The one who's wrecking their home is the one who's supposed to be in the home. Your ass is supposed to be in the house, not out here roaming, picking up people outside. Even if it was my friend or my family that took my man, at the end of the day, he also chose to go. I would be pissed off because I'm like, you know me, you're supposed to be close to me, so why did you betray me? But ultimately, my man is supposed to know where his ass is supposed to be. And like I said, I'm not Hamas. I don't keep prisoner. If you're telling me that you want to leave, I will pack your bag and send you out there. I don't have time to hold your foot nowhere. You don't want to be here? My friend, the door is wide open. Please feel free to use it. If I'm not doing it for you, either we talk about it or you just need to get going. That's it. So I don't really call these women out here home wreckers, because at the end of the day, they couldn't wreck a home if the person who's supposed to be in the home wasn't roaming about where they're not supposed to be. That's how I personally see it. That queue was long as F, and she took the miles like a champ. This is what I'm saying. Dudes out here queuing up for box that's like wider than the Blackwall Tunnel out here. And this is why I hate trains so much. I don't understand how depraved and debased and desperate you have to be to run up in a broad that your man is just literally skiing in. Like, it's just disgusting. She is not even wet, bro. That is sperm from a next man, your boy. Are you that weak? Are you that lame that you can't even find a woman for yourself, that you guys have to take a ticket and form a queue? This is desperation out here. I really find trains revolting, just because I really hate having what somebody else has. And knowing like you literally just jumped off my boy's D and now I'm going to push it there. I just think, wow, you are desperate. What this is, birds of a feather flock together. It's like, okay, if you like my boy, I'm like my boy, so you're going to like me. I don't have to work because I know you like this type. So if you like him, I'm in there. This is lame. No shade to anybody who's taken a train or been in a train. I'm not really judging you, but that's my personal belief. I just think it's disgusting that you can't get a girl for yourself, so you have to take a ticket and then wait in line for your turn. I just think that's a bit strange, bro. Especially that woman's breath and vagina stinking of your boy's nut. You're like, bro, are you like gay? Secretly, I think deep down you want to get close to your boy's sperm, but you don't know how to ask him for something, so you go up in a chick that he's just been in. That's, to me, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. I can't. And you thought a hole in the wall was a you're an idiot. No, we have those strange holes here in some of these bars and things like that, and you stick a wee in, and somebody sticks something on it, and and then people wonder why they got disease. You can't just ban the world's oldest profession. Who said anything about banning it, Hoodie? Also, women will think of any solution except for taking women's rights away. Hoodie, I don't have no problem with taking women's rights away, as long as you're willing to take on the responsibility for those women who have no rights. We still have to eat. We still have to be clothed. We still have to have somewhere to live. In fact, when you take women's rights away, men have more responsibility, not less. But for me personally, I think when people don't have rights, they're open to abuse. I think the rights need to be amended. Culture needs to be changed to make it fair. But I don't think women need to lose all their rights. That's crazy. Being a person of faith, I would agree with you, Auntie. You can't ask for righteousness if you don't have it yourself, men and women alike. Dudes out here asking for wife qualities from a chick who hasn't shown any wife quality. That don't make no damn sense. Stop trying to turn hoes into housewives. They don't want to be housewives. You're trying to force on them something they don't have the capacity or the desire. You see, a person could have no capacity, but they're willing to learn. But a person who refuses that role, I don't know what you're doing with that person. The government empowers women individually. Almost any man can rule over any woman. The government is what stops women from cooperating with men. Not necessarily. You have to walk like a G. You have to walk like a Don. You have to dominate your life. And it's about filtering out the trash. But the men want the trash. This is the bit you guys lie about that I don't like. You want trashy women because you like them. You like hoes.
Personally. Well, some men,
yeah. We know what you men like out here. Plain Jane not getting no action. Stop telling lies. Come on. Stop it.
Well, what I was going to personally, most men, it's a lot of men that probably do like
don't say probably.
I'm only saying that to sleep with them. Me personally, I'm not too all of that. I like feminine women. Me personally, I like feminine women. I don't like trashy.
What about a feminine hoe? Because a lot of these women from abroad, because a lot of these women abroad, they're feminine, but they're still hoe. No, but a lot of these women that are abroad, they're more traditional than the westernized woman. The westernized woman is out of control. Like, she want to dye their hair all kind of crazy color and have all BO in her armpits and an unwashed, unshaven vagina. The ones abroad, they know how to look good, but they're still hoes. Don't ever get it twisted. They're bigger hoes and they're running more game than the ones over here. The ones over here are goofy. They're just like, yeah, I like to put it about. And they think that like they're getting a dinner at Ruth Chris or something is an achievement. Bitch, the Filipino girl wants a house, car, and land. You better come correct. She wants big bucks. She don't want no damn squab. Why do you think this one here is going after Fresh? Fresh is a goofy, but he got money. And she's like, either way, I'm getting paid. If I have his baby, I'll put him on child support. She can't even say child support properly with her damn accent. Shout out to DJ Kuda. I'm always over there. So if you want to find me, that's where you'll find me. DJ Kuda is the ish. And we were laughing. She talked about, and then he have unprotected checks, and she can't even speak. But her breasts are out, And she's got appointments on every platform to get paid to come and talk garbage about Fresh. We don't even know if this woman was pregnant. She could have been even lying about that damn pregnancy. But she's still making money. She may have been. But she already knows, if I have the baby, I'll get paid. If I don't have the baby, I'll get paid. I'm dealing with a dude who's got clout. What are the three things that everybody talks about? Money, looks, status. I don't think he's got looks, but he has a bit of status in YouTube, and he definitely has money. She said 2 out of 3 is fine. Come this way, Fresh. I got something for you. Everyone's saying, oh, Fresh led her on. He's taking her to see the parents. Yeah, because you like the girlfriend wife vibe, but you know you're not trying to make her a damn wife. You just told her what you needed to tell her to get her into bed, and you know if she gets pregnant, you're going to tell her to get rid of it. So why everybody needs to stop playing the games? Oh, well, he took her to meet the parents. That don't mean shit. How many girls has Fresh taken to the parents' house? That's just part of the game, man. That's just part of the game. Trying to make it look like he cares. Is he going to walk up to her and say, listen, you're just a bit on the side. You're one of many. So which night do you want? Okay, jump in the bed. All right, get out. Obviously, she might not play ball. So he has to play the ruse, the game, that he's the boyfriend and she's special. So she will do what he wants her to do. But he knows deep down in the back of his mind, he don't want that bitch. Come on. You guys need to stop the games. This is why you create the women you complain about, because you're out here on the fence. You want the wife treatment, but you know deep down you're not going to make that woman a wife. Even if she genuinely likes you, that doesn't count for nothing. If that man doesn't like you, it doesn't matter what you do. You could be as good as gold. He's still going to discard your ass. And if you are rotten like sewer water, if he loves you, he will take you. That's how it goes. This is why a woman is not supposed to propose to a man. If a man wants that woman, he will propose of his own volition. Harassing and twisting a man's arm to marry you is a big mistake. Because even if you manage to drag him up the aisle, which is practically how he feels like there's a hand around the collar, dragging him like a small boy. In that marriage, he will just disrespect you. Even if he comes home to you every night, best believe all day he's roaming because he's not happy at home. Never twist a man's arm for a relationship or a wedding ring or anything. Let him be the one to take the lead and say, I want you. This is how I see us. I value you. I want to make you my woman and take care of you. That's a word of wisdom for the women who actually might come across this. If you are twisting a man's arm to marry you, obviously he doesn't want to marry you. He doesn't need to have his arm twisted. And if the man is going to cheat, nothing you can say or do is going to stop him from cheating either. Cooking, cleaning, you might put it off. But if that man has decided, I need my penis to be roaming road, trust me, bro, there's nothing you can do. You just have to sit down and wait for it to come back. Because that man has made up his mind. I need other vagina and he's out there. So either you put up with it or you send him on his way. People out here trying to turn hoes into housewives and people that can't keep their ass at home into to stay at home something. No, you need to find somebody who's got those principles and that mentality, and then you build that relationship into something more than it already had the potential to be. Not taking a cat and trying to turn it into a damn dog. Just ridiculous behavior out here. So Hoodie, you can say what you want. You ever notice how women love to leave the relationship, but they also love to give relationship advice? It's effing weird. Well, listen to me, Hoodie. In every conversation, remember what I said. We've got 2 eye, 2 ear, 1 mouth. If you look and you listen, you will learn. But if you don't look and listen, you're going to just see something on the surface. Yes, women love to leave relationships, But the question is, why, Hoodie? What was the dynamic why that person felt that they had to leave? Because I tell you, 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, if a woman really looks up to a man, and listen, just because you make good money, that don't mean you're dominating. You need to be able to check your woman. You need to say to her, whoa, 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 let me stop you right there. You need to show no fear. It's like a damn dog. When the dog knows you're afraid of the dog actually is more prone to bite you. When you stand up there looking at the dog, like, even if you bite me, dog, I will bite you back. The dog has to think twice. He said, okay, this two-legged one is a bit different. A woman, I'm not trying to call her a dog, but if you're out here, listen, this is why shit test is real and shit test is valid. I'm sorry. We got to talk the truth. Men don't like the shit test because they can't pass them. When you have a woman testing you, you're supposed to know how to stand up like a damn man and say, listen, these games don't work here. So either you find a man who's going to tolerate these games, or you come correct, or you're out. But the thirst and the desperation mentality that a lot of men have, I will do anything just to keep this woman. I will do anything just to keep this woman. Anything she asks, I will do it. Okay, she will shit in your mouth. Let me tell you that. You will come home and find a next man in your bed, and you'll be expected to go downstairs and make tea for them when they're finished and bring it upstairs because they're tired. Stay there and play games with your life. Stay there and play games with your life. A woman out of control. Women can't handle power. Once we feel like we have power, anything can happen. So it's all right. Stay there and play. Stay there and play. Women will leave a relationship when they don't feel fulfilled. Trust me. When they don't feel like you're...
I think you're speaking about a different caliber of man. That's more of a weak man.
Yeah, a lot of men are weak. They think, oh, I go to work and I'm a good person, so you should just fall in line. Number one, fall in line with what? Where are we going? Women get bored easy. We are like children. We are here, there, everywhere. I'm not going to lie. We are like that. We're emotional. We don't think things through. We're whimsical. One day we're up here and this is so fun. Next day we don't want it again. I'm sorry. This is what men have to deal with women. So you have to be managing.
That's why I gotta disagree. No, I don't think nobody gotta deal with nobody. If that's the case, if it's something that a man is, if he's in that type of situation, I would actually advise against that.
I'm not talking about abusive, I'm not talking about troublesome.
No.
But I'm talking about women being erratic, and sometimes we jump into things because at the time the impulse is there. Oh my gosh, I'm going to buy a shoe, honey. And the man has to say, babe, we don't have the money for that. And da, 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 da. Do you understand? That's what I'm talking about. When I say manage a situation, I'm talking about things like that. Women can be impulsive, and a man needs to be able to say, like, shout out to Coach EO. He made an example. He said, she said she want to go on holiday. Maybe you don't have the money to pay for the holiday, but you're not going to be like, oh, baby, I'm broke. Oh, I don't have that money. You're going to be like, all right, I'll think about it. Bring me some brochures. Let me see what you're thinking, and I'll think about it. Now that woman has an expectation and an anticipation that the man is going to come back and almost reward her. She's going to say, you know what, let me just, play my cards right. Let me try cook an extra special meal or do hits, and that's how you're managing that situation. But when you got a man, every time she says, honey, I want a bag. Oh, honey, which one do you want? I shall buy all colors for you to keep you happy. She's like, yeah, I got a mark. I got a sucker here. She don't even respect
but
you.
I think most men know that. I think most men, least the ones that are at least. Well, I would say this: at least men that know that they are not weak or know that they're not. It's a difference between a man is aware of what it takes to be a man versus somebody that's a simp. We know those. We know the difference between the two.
No,
now, simps
because
on the other hand.
Go on.
No, I was going to say simps on the other hand. That may be different. Everything that you said, you described as a weak man, and usually those come from men that are usually raised, not having any type of confidence. Maybe they were emasculated as a child, so they never built their confidence up as a man, or they just, maybe they were, raised by nothing but women, differently. It's plenty of reasons why they may, but for the most part, women target men like that if they're trying to get over. A man that's stand his ground and stands 10 toes down and doesn't compromise when it comes to respect, or a woman trying to emasculate him. That is a man that most women, if they're targeting weak men, they're not going to look in his direction.
Okay, that's a good thing. That's why a man needs to stand on his square and then, walk in that manner, because you want to filter out the trash. Because
that's what's been going on, because it's like with the way feminism has warped women's minds so much that they don't like to really deal with the man that may have it and maybe unless he's super rich. But a lot of women don't want to be under men's program, because being under his program means that he's the one that's calling the shots. And we've gotten so deep into this feminist mindset that you do have women that target weak men. They target weak men because they want to be in control.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying to the so-called weak man, number one, let me say something. I believe that simping is a man's default setting, and there's nothing wrong with that. Men are going to be simps, and let me tell you why. Because at the end of the day, a man is superior to a woman. So women, I'm not going to say they don't deserve, because for me, the definition of a simp is a man giving to a woman something she doesn't deserve. And at the end of the day, if a man is superior to a woman, he's always going to date down. If he dates the right way, he's going to date down. He's physically stronger. He's typically more intelligent. He's going to make more logical decisions. Where it really counts, a lot of men are actually superior to women. And so by default, men date down. So the woman who is not really elevating the man's life, he is simping in a sense. So I don't have an issue. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like these run up on a score with the AK simps. Those are dangerous individuals.
Nah, those are just mass shooters. No, not guys like that. I'm talking about
some of them start off like that because they're entitled and they really feel like, I don't need to put in any work. I should just get a bad B. And that entitled attitude is not going to get you anywhere. I'm sorry, sir.
You mean like the Elliot Rodger? Like that guy. You remember that guy?
Some of these guys are unwell in the head, like they have certain mental health problems for sure. But also some of these men, they have an entitled attitude. Like you said, like people are going to say to a man, no one's going to care about you. That's not true. Relationships are about compatibility. And why a lot of people are unhappy is because they're trying to force a square peg into a round hole. They're trying to make a compatible life with somebody with whom they're incompatible. You guys don't have the same ethics, you don't have the same beliefs, you don't have the same end goal in mind, but maybe you like the packaging, and so you're trying to force yourself into a situation which deep down you don't really fit in. And then afterwards you're getting mad at the situation when really that person wasn't right from you to begin with, because relationships are not supposed to be that hard. When you and that other person are on the same page, it has a tendency to flow. Even resolving conflict is a bit easier because you typically don't have that many conflicts because you're quite in agreement with one another. It's when you don't have compatibility, that's when you have a lot of conflict. But it's like, oh, well, she's a bad bitch or whatever. I really like her. Her ass is nice. Oh, you know, the sex is good. So I'm going to tolerate all the other garbage that comes with it. And it's like, no, you should have never picked this woman just because sexually you're attracted to her. You should have picked the woman who you could mold. And this is, again, what I'm talking about with dominating. You take that average woman or that plain Jane and you work with her. Sometimes you can lay out a dress on the bed and be like, I'm picking you up at 8. Make sure you're in this dress, hair done, you know, throw down 500 on the bed and say, I want you to go and get your hair, your nails and everything done. And I don't have a problem with weave. I don't even have a problem with colored hair, eyelashes. I know I talk about traditionalism, but you know, some men also like that stuff. Get your hair done, nails done, buy a dress. We're going out on Saturday. You know, the woman's going to be like running through the door. She's running through the door to do it because she's like, my man takes care of me. My man makes me feel like a baby. He makes me feel special. She's going to do those things. But a man who's not dominating, he doesn't even think to take control and say to this woman, wear that dress tonight because I like to see the way your ass shakes when you walk. Like, I mean, come on. Like, women like to be hoes and we like to feel like our man has eyes just for us. So there needs to be a way that the man injects that into the relationship and leads the relationship so that the woman can feel what she needs to feel. Do you understand? Like, it seems...
so the woman can feel validated.
Yeah. You understand? So I don't even know where I went with that tangent, but I know what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I brought something in that I don't even know if that was part of the damn topic. But it's like everything, there's always a element of the man has to be leading. He has to dominate. He has to assert. He has to give the woman direction. Because women will spin around aimlessly if they don't have a direction. And the man who doesn't know what he wants is going to end up going to follow behind the woman's directionless behavior instead of saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, it's just, I don't know how to say it. But compatibility is the key. You've got to have the raw material there. Take that plainer woman who's got the attributes in her heart and shape her. Baby, you know you're so sexy to me. I love you. I love the way you look. But I keep having a vision of you in a red dress with spaghetti straps. Now, I don't know. Or sometimes you can just buy the dress, put it on the hanger, and, you know, say, do you want to go out for dinner tonight? The dress is hanging on the wardrobe. Them kind of, man, there's suaveness and moves, man. Like, man, I should be the next Princella out here looking like Dr. Dre. She looked terrible in one of those videos. She looked with that, I don't know what video she thought she was in with the black cat. But man, I need to pimp these hoes, bro. I swear down. Because it just, no. Let me show you how to run game on these bitches. No, I'm joking. But on a serious note, this is the kind of stuff we like. We want to feel like our man is in control, not an oppressor. We're not trying to marry Hitler out here, but we're trying to get a man who is like, baby, I got you. If you fall, my hands are here to catch you. Don't worry. If you have a crisis, I've got the solution. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for a guy who's a yes man, because what that means is anybody can lead you. If I can lead you, anybody can lead you. And that puts us in a compromised position. It's about an asset, you know. It's about being a value. A woman has to be a value to a man, and a man has to be a value to a woman. A woman who's a liability is a woman who's goofy. She runs her mouth. She's not helpful around the house. You're trying to build a business, she's sabotaging it. A man who's a liability is a follower, a weak man who doesn't stand on anything. Because if he's supposed to be the strong one and he's weak, we're effed. And in fact, I tell you what we are. I, as the woman, now have to carry your load. Because as the man who's not doing what he needs to do, now I'm automatically going to start filling those shoes, and then I'm going to become disgruntled because I feel like I'm doing the man and the woman's job. And that's why Hoodie talking about the women leave the relationship and then complain. Sometimes it's things like this why they complain. You have to go, babe.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm gonna get ready to.
I'm on
gonna
Instagram.
Get ready to give myself a little sleep.
Okay, babe. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much for jumping on and everything. I really appreciate. And I'll try not to keep it so long.
No, it's always a pleasure. I usually stay up a little bit longer, but
you've been working all night, so I understand. Yeah.
What's
same name?
What's your
same
Instagram?
Name.
Antisocial.
Miss Antisocial. I think it's the Antisocial Socialite. I'm on Twitter. I don't post much, but you can still follow me around there. I'm even on Discord as well. So you guys, it's all there. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, my love.
Okay, I'm definitely looking forward to another live stream. Definitely.
I'll try. We'll see. No promises.
Do one in the future. I definitely understand that.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care. So this is what I'm saying, this brother, he working hard. I'm telling you, a lover, not a fighter. If he was my poor little man, yeah, of course, breakfast has to be on the table. I told you already, men like two things hot, baby, food and sex. So we got to work on it. It is what it is, But Mr. Uganda, he said the story is so dead, This chick accusing me of taking her man. No, baby, I never took your man. Your man came to me. But what can I say? It is what it is. Shout out to Dane C in the building. Biblically, once you say I do, you are not making a promise to your wife in front of the pastor or congregation. You're also making a promise to God. This is it. And people be taking them vows like it's a small thing. I agree with you on that. Homewrecker stance. The term never made complete sense. Yeah, because the person wrecking the home is not the person who is on the side. There was a whole story in the UK some months ago. A girl ended up, oh my gosh. And this is why, I'm not a fan of men spreading their seed everywhere, because it can happen. There was even a story here of two kids that got separated, adopted out, and then they met and fell in love, start looking into their history and found out their brother and sister. They had to go on the run because it's incest. They said they love each other. And obviously, because they didn't grow up together, they don't have that connection that a brother and a sister have that kind of causes you to be repulsed by them. Because they grew up as strangers, they just like two strangers, even though biologically they're brother and sister. They said, we're not separating, we love each other. And they went on the run. Can you imagine? Sister George, shout out to Sister George, always putting in that work. Happy Sunday to you, girl. Love to see the big smile. She said peace to everybody. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. So, little baby Pearl, who out here doesn't know one damn thing, is part of the game, and those parents know she's a conquest. I'm not sure that one passed me. Haroon said, you're still here. Listen, the clip is only 10 minutes, but we've gone off onto so many tangents. Oh my gosh. So let's get back into this. We need a break. Yeah, YouTube is stressful, YouTube is stressful because you're managing a lot of personalities out here. It's not just, you're not just talking, and even trying to think of topics and managing and monitoring the chat and everything. You're getting a lot of opposition sometimes. It's not just, you're not just out here talking like me. I'm just doing a struggle stream out here, but some people are really taking the business serious, and anything that's worth having, it takes work.
I see you nodding furiously as Pearl is speaking.
Yes. I am curious though, where your stats on the STDs and abortions are coming from. I'm assuming it's the US.
CDC. Yeah, CDC.
Okay. Oh, okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Look, my issue with International Women's Day is that it's been hijacked by, I initially said Western feminists, but I'm now going to broaden that and say just Western women in general, because they usually address issues that are clearly almost unique to Western women and their experiences. So for instance, you have Western feminists that are more concerned with freeing the nipple, or whinging that a man is opening the door for them, or talking about the gender pay gap, as if having a child and having a family is not a blessing that you should.
I have a policy. I try to get around that one of the misogyny of opening a door for a woman.
Well,
if I see a woman trying to open a door, I push it from the other side, just so I can show that we're equal.
Show that you're in power. But then you have the other end of the extreme end, which I suspect Pearl occupies, which is, women have had it so good and all of that, and effectively ignoring clear systemic injustices that women have had to face. I mean, I'm someone.
Okay,
I grew up. Well, I'll give you an example. I grew up in Ghana in West Africa, and I was fortunate enough to have grown up in an educated family that saw the value of educating me and my brother equally. But I also had a classmate that was married off at 18 and had 4 kids by 24, and had basically no say in it. And this is in a modern country, in a modern world.
It sounds like you guys had choice because you chose one thing and she chose another.
Someone of my same socioeconomic standing didn't have that choice.
So this is where I started to get again frustrated, and this is kind of the crux and the point of the matter. Pearl is not listening to what the woman said. The reason why this lady who was on the screen, the co-presenter, had the opportunity is because her parents were more progressive. The family that she came up in saw the value of educating boys as well as girls. Okay? But maybe the other family couldn't afford to educate all of the children. So we know in certain developing countries, even though she says it was modern, maybe it was modern by other country standards, but still not as advanced as, maybe wherever, or they had very traditional views. Her friend's family didn't think it was relevant to give the girl, her friend, an education, and so instead they decided to marry her off and then pump her up with babies. Okay, so Pearl can't speak to the idea of International Women's Day because the only women she knows about are like some blue-haired feminists screaming about wearing pussy hats or something. Do you know what I mean? This is why I said sometimes she's not even somebody credible to talk on certain issues, because her scope is limited, and even her perception of life is not based on personal experience. It's based more around what she regurgitates from the internet. This black lady comes from a situation where there's more abject poverty. I'm not saying Ghana's all poor, but there is still like rural areas, traditional areas and things like that, where the women don't have rights. And it's like maybe her only way out was to get married, especially if she hasn't got an education. What exactly is she going to do? Yeah, she's sweet, she's cute. Do you understand? She's cute, and maybe she only had a brother, so her family was in a position to send both of them to school. But there are women all around the world. It is International Women's Day. Women around the world need to be celebrated, they need to be recognized, and they also need to be empowered, because there are women out here being used and abused simply because they're girls. It's not just about the grown women as well. It's about the young girls who don't have rights and don't have power, because we know things like child marriage is still going on, female genital mutilation is still going on, and things like this. And these young girls have no voice. So, stupid donkey Pearl is still talking about the blue-haired, pussy hat wearing feminists like these are the only women out here and these are the ones being celebrated. This is not what we're talking about alone. And as I said, there are women out here who play the role of mother even when they don't have children of their own. They're still contributing heavily to society in a positive way. But, so what? Just because they haven't pissed out a kid, like they don't deserve to be recognized? Well, then you need to come down, Pearl, because you're not a mother, or whatever. You're just goofy.
I think you're talking about it as if that the problem doesn't exist.
Why didn't she have the choice if you had the choice?
How did she
have the choice?
Are you a dumb bitch? Like, this kind of stupid question, this goes to show how ignorant Pearl is as a human being. In her mid-20s, by now, you shouldn't even need to ask that question. This is a person who's coming from Ghana. Maybe she doesn't know Ghana's in Africa and there's still rural parts and traditional parts out there. What do you mean? How come you had a choice but she didn't have a choice? Are you an idiot? This is not like London or the UK or America where people leave home as soon as they grow like a hair under their arm and they start running to the government for help. There isn't those kind of resources available. You stay at home until your parents decide for you. It's only if you manage to move out, maybe, in these situations. It's happening in probably the Middle East. It probably happens in Asia. You stay at home. You're under your parents' rule until you move out. In a lot of cases, maybe as a female, until you get married. Maybe you can escape by going to university. But again, in some of these countries, you see, again, this is how we know Pearl is an idiot. Because, not everywhere has free education. If you have to pay for your school, like your parents have to actually pay for you to go to school. Who goes to school is based on how much money your parents have. If your parents have 3 children, but they can only afford to educate one, they're going to pick the one they feel like is going to have the most success. Because they need that child to become successful to then come back and support the rest of the family. But Pearl, who's an idiot who lives in the West where education is free at the point of entry, doesn't understand things like this. So that's why she asked this dumb question. So why did you have a choice but your friend didn't? Idiot, because maybe her friend's family were poor. Maybe they were traditional. Maybe they had a certain mindset and a certain culture. And so they didn't understand that a girl could be educated. She doesn't need to just get married in her late teens and have 101 babies. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you want to do and you have a good man and a good family dynamic, that's fine. But if that's not what she wanted, but that was the life that was chosen for her and she doesn't have anywhere to go, then obviously she's not necessarily happy about that. Especially if she doesn't have rights. Now she's a young woman with 101 kids. Say that man decides to walk out on that girl. What is she going to do now? A single mom in Africa struggling with how many kids? And then you have guys on the internet talking about don't date single mothers. Even though she'd be a divorcee or whatever, but they're still not going to want to date her or take her seriously because they don't want to take on the kids. I'm not saying that's a Western problem because we know a lot of young people who have kids like young like that, they weren't married. I understand that. So it's a different dynamic, but still it's an issue. But Pearl is asking this woman like she's like checkmate. There's no checkmate here. You didn't checkmate this woman and undermine her argument. The point is, there is a world outside of America. There is a world outside of the West where women do actually need to be recognized. Women and girls do need a voice. But stupid Pearl, who's so desperate for that male validation, is just acting like the only woman on the earth is the feminist in the West, talking rubbish online. I'm telling you, this video just...
Were you paying her school fees? Were you going to offer?
Well, why should you be entitled to free things? That's just
what do you mean?
Bitch, you are using the internet for free. Are you not? Are you not using the internet for free? Tell me who you paid to start your live stream. We're all using StreamYard, Streamlabs. Are these not free services that we use to put our point out into the atmosphere, and then we even can get paid for it? What do you mean, who asked you to get free things? Don't you live off your daddy's money? When he was working those damn hours, where was you, Pearl? In his nutsack. Don't ever play games with your life. This bitch come out the womb with her hands wide open, looking for the silver spoon, talking about why do you deserve free things. Girl.
Entitled to free things. Why shouldn't you have the choice of who you marry, or if you want to marry? Isn't that
you have the choice?
Exactly. Pearl, who's out here talking about tradition, doesn't have a husband. Why are you not pregnant and barefoot, chained to the stove with your 101 babies, preparing food for your man? Why are you on the internet talking? Why is your mouth open, Pearl, when you're supposed to be in the kitchen? And then she goes back to the woman in the blue talking about, well, you had a choice. She had a choice because her parents created a choice. But not everybody has a choice. Not every female has a choice. Donkey.
But you guys are from the same country. You had the choice.
Yeah, but you was in the same country. Bitch, there are people in America right now on Skid Row full of crack and meth. But they have a choice. Are you not all in the same country? This is what I mean. This is the point I wanted to get at. The reason why I can't stand Pearl. Shit, this thing burst. The reason why I can't stand Pearl is because Pearl is an idiot who doesn't understand nuance. Just because on paper something is a logical argument, people have different perspectives, they have different upbringing, they have different opportunities. People are going to make decisions based on the options they perceive available to them. You could talk to your blue in the face that being like Sexy Red or freaking Meg Thee Stallion twerking and using men and using your box to get ahead is a bad idea. If a person believes that that's the only option they have available, they're going to do it. If you say to a young man, you don't have to be a gangbanger, you can go to school, you can get an education, and he's thinking, you know what, I don't want to be like my daddy who's working every day and has no money to show for it. I'm going to just grab this gun and run up on whatever, I'm going to join this gang and get protection. That person has a perception of life that is shaping how they move. So Pearl thinks she's checked this girl to say, oh, well, you didn't have that situation, so da-da-da-da-da. The girl had a choice because her parents gave her that choice. They said, honey, we don't want you to do what we want. We want you to pursue what you want. Do you want to go to school? We can afford to send you to school. But in other situations, people are in desperate circumstances. They don't have options. They don't have opportunities. And they make the best decision in their mind based on what they think is available to them. Change, progress, getting out of your environment, it takes work. You're raised in a disadvantaged or disenfranchised situation. People find it hard to get out of that. Dummy Pearl, who set up her how much £1 million podcast with her daddy's freaking check, doesn't understand what it's like to have to choose between a bill or putting food on the table. That bitch has never gone without a meal in her life. But there are people who know what it feels like to go to bed with an empty stomach. Pearl is not one of them. That's why when she talks like a toffee-nosed clown. I'm not saying that she never makes a valid point. I'm not saying that she's wrong about everything, because obviously feminists are out of control. Some of the things they talk about is ridiculous. We know that. But Pearl has no heart. She has no compassion. She has no sympathy or empathy for anybody. She just thinks everybody's whining. Oh, so what if you got raped? Why are you complaining? Doesn't everybody like penis? Like, she's got that kind of mentality. She's got that kind of mentality. As if her life is a representation of everybody's life. And people are just whining about anything and everything for no reason. This is why I can't like Pearl. Even though I sound rough and gruff, and people always say, why are you so harsh? But even though I don't have the social skills to put the point across in a genteel manner, but I actually care. I don't like to see people failing and flopping in life, because I understand the repercussions when you make certain decisions. You don't need to make a whole heap of bad decisions to have a bad life. You only need 1 or 2 wrong decisions and your life is fucked. Let me tell you that straight. It just takes one bad friend, one bad one-night stand, I told you one time, man, when I was 16, I did a lot. I told you one night I'm coming home, I met one man in a car, we just start chatting because I'm a friendly person. You talk to me, I'll talk to you, I haven't got no problem. And he said, you want a zoo? A spliff? I said, all right then, I'm sitting in his car. He not trying to do nothing to me. When I look back on that situation, that man wasn't trying to hit on me. He's just lonely smoking in his car. So I said, me being me, I said, you know what? I smoke weed for free because I've got no money. So when I'll take this spliff and I'm going to share it with my friend. I was so proud. I came home and like, look, I've got some weed. I don't have to smoke yours tonight. You know, brandishing this spliff I got from a strange man in a car. And then thank God there was a man there. Maybe the girl would have said the same thing. But they said, where the hell did you get this from? Because they know I ain't got no damn money. So I obviously didn't buy it. Somebody's rolled it for me. So obviously they know I didn't roll it. And then they had the good sense, because I'm a donkey. I'm telling you, I'm thick as two planks. They were like, let's crack this shit open. And crack being the operative word, because there's crystals of crack in there. They said, backside this girl about to give us crack. I didn't even know. I didn't even see. I don't even know what crack looks like. But he built the damn zoo in front of me, but I didn't see him put the crack in it. It only takes, this is how DMX got started, giving a laced zoot. And before you know it, he's a fiend. You don't have to make a lot of wrong decisions. 1 or 2 is enough to screw your life over. And Pearl out here talking like, she's got it all made. No, your daddy got it made. Your daddy paid for your life. That's why she said, if this YouTube shit doesn't work out, I'll just piss off back home to my father. How many people can say that? A lot of us out here don't even have fathers. But you got a rich daddy who's going to bankroll your whole life. I'm not jealous of Pearl that she's got a good life. I wish that she would talk with balance and nuance and talk with some damn compassion like a person who's a human being with a heart. These women are not punching bags and sacks of shit for you to kick about all over the damn place for a check from YouTube. Talking about why did you have a choice? Because this woman's family provided her with a choice. That's why. But for people out here who don't have a choice, they need a voice. Pearl. Where are we at the beginning? Pearl couldn't have dressed up. Yo, listen, this is how, with all due respect, this is how white people be rolling, boy. They don't have those kind of belief there. We know we're going on TV, we're going to put our Sunday best. White people just drag something out of the dirty basket and throw it on and say, it looks good. Rubbish. Pearl is a right winger, desperate for that little right wing vote. 101 babies. Did I say that? I have no issue with single mom. It just depends on the situation. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I'm telling you, it's hard. If you have a child and you get a man, you have a decision to make. Am I going to put my man first or my kids? Because you can't expect that man to pay all the bills, but then he don't have authority over what goes on in the house. That's why I understand. That's why I understand when men say they don't want that job. Because the moment you raise your voice or smack those children and she comes flying in talking about don't talk to my kids like that, then that's the day you need to pack the bag and leave then. Because if you don't have authority over that household, nowadays men barely have authority over their own kids. So how much authority are they going to have over a next man's kids and a woman who's going to stand in between? It's too much. It's too much. That's not a spoon. Paul was born with a silver foot in her mouth, a silver platter, not just a spoon. She has a whole dinner service. This is why I think Pearl is culturally and psychologically barren as far as her input in the Black community. Yeah, she just realized that, you know what, Black people are always desperate for validation from Zaddy. And so if she jumps on the bandwagon, MTR talking, shout out to Kudo. I was watching his live stream last night. I was just watching the replay this morning. And you know, MTR talking about how he had to cut associations with people like Mad Pearl. When you agreed to do the live stream with Pearl, when you agreed to jump on her podcast, you didn't know she was mad? You did. But you were blinded by the fact that her getting on her platform could elevate your platform. So you bit that bullet. You did. You pretended like you didn't see the bullshit so that you could get a little clout for your platform, MTR. You did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Now, all of a sudden, when Pearl gone too far to a level that you can't avoid, all of a sudden you want to distance yourself. Like all of a sudden a revelation has come. A revelation has come. Oh my gosh, I didn't know Pearl was like this. But everybody's been saying Pearl is like this from day one. But you just shut your eye because you wanted the extra subs. Pearl is another one of these people just jumping on the Kevin Samuels bandwagon, thinking that she can, you know, because obviously a lot of people have gripes with black women. So they're a soft target. It's very easy to pick on a black woman because, you know, with all due respect, we have created a lot of enemies. Shout out to Shaka Nulu, new in the building. You know, we've created a lot of enemies. Black women are our own worst enemy. And so, unfortunately, when he say Lady A roasting Pearl is turning me on. Yeah, turning me on. Yeah, what can I say? With your deep, sexy voice. I didn't know you had such a deep voice. I like a deep voice. Wait, I think I've got a deep voice. Anyway, we digress. Haven't they learned from Sarah Garvey and Auntie Jenny? Yeah, I mean, again, all these people just want to build their platforms. And, you know, Pearl was the hot commodity. The hot commodity, you know? But, you know, with the power comes responsibility, but Pearl doesn't have the life experience really to talk to certain things, you know?
But at
the end of the day, you know, everyone's got to eat. They got to make their money. I'm not saying Pearl needs to come down, but I wish she would add more nuance to her argument and her rhetoric, because she lacks humanity. People have been through trauma. People have been through very dangerous situations. She needs to start doing some interviews with the people from Soft White Underbelly, talking about how they were molested and raped at 6 and 5 and 10, and how, you know, their parents were crack addicts, and how every day they had to run a gauntlet to school, and, you know, the uncle and the cousin and you know, the boys from the neighborhood coming in their house, and, you know, you come in the house and you see your parents zoned out on the floor. You know, parents are raging alcoholics and things like that. Your parents have mental health issues. Every day you're getting a call at school because your parents are you know, have been hospitalized. You're living in an environment where, you know, everybody's dealing drugs, been in prison or whatever. Pearl, those are the people you need to talk to. Leave Piers Morgan alone. That man can hold his own. He doesn't need your help. He doesn't need your conversation. Because you're out here talking like everybody's got the silver platter in their mouth like you. They don't. Have a damn heart. You know, have a heart. You know, we talked about this so many times. The ACEs, you know. Abuse, neglect, and childhood household challenges. How many people have several of these situations going in their home right now? Children growing up with parents who have substance abuse. They're watching their parents beat 7 bells out of each other. One of their parents is dead or in prison. They're being physically abused. Maybe they're being touched. Or when they go home, fridge is empty. Nobody's in the damn house. You have to let yourself in with a key, and you have to, you know, scrape to find something to eat because nobody's cooked you a damn meal. How many meals has Pearl missed? How many times did Pearl come home to an empty house? She hasn't seen life. She hasn't seen the ugly side of life. Life has an ugly side. And Pearl has never seen it as far as I'm aware. But yet you want to get up there and judge people like you have the authority to judge anybody when you were pissed out just the other day. You just come out your mother's womb, you're still wet behind the ears, but your mouth is open. Listen, I'm an old person. So when young people get out of control, I'm just like, yo, you're a child, stay in your place. Shout out to Emo in the building. He said, you bitches have everything up. You know, in some respects, women have. But let me tell you something, Emo. Men were right behind us holding our hands while we're doing it, because women can't do shit if men don't support it. So I don't know when you came into the chat, but I've said that multiple times now. Women only do what men allow. Men allow a lot of the BS because they like the BS. Okay? Men are out here complaining about the women that they're actively seeking. They love a hoe. They do. If men didn't love hoes, women wouldn't be out here hoeing. Let me tell you that straight. So if you know that, good. And if you didn't know that, you know it now. I hate that people who are born with wealth telling others to lift themselves up by their bootstraps. These people don't even have flipping boots. And when you get the boot, there's no strap in it. We've got to go find the strap as well. And then the system is not helping. Pearl hasn't got a damn clue about the ugly side of life, but yet she wants to talk. You know what? My brother gave me that book and I really need to read it. But men do love it. They do. I can believe it. I have to read it. I've got it. And I need to read it. There's an element of that which is true. And I'll tell you why I believe men love bitches. Because men want to be challenged so they can have an opportunity to assert their dominance. If a woman is not providing a problem, a man doesn't have an opportunity to be a problem solver. But when a man solves a problem, it does something to his ego. And that's a good thing. He is in the same way women feel good when we nurture, when we buy a nice pair of curtains or cushions, or we coordinate our clothes, or when the kids are looking on point or something, or we cook a nice meal and we cultivate that nurturing aspect of a woman. A man feels fulfilled and he has a sense of internal peace when he's solving problems and managing his environment. That's why it's crucial for the man to stand up. First and foremostly for his own mental health's sake. Whatever he calls dominating, he needs to strive to do that so he can have a consistency within himself and feel good within himself. And then once he's got himself sorted, then he goes and brings a woman on board to follow his program. But the man must first cultivate a program. There's no, even if you get a woman, where are you leading her to? On the outside, men act tough. In a relationship, they leave their balls and they're soft, chewy on the inside. And there's a time and a place for a man to be soft and chewy. He can't be harsh all the time. He definitely, even a man is a good nurturer. You ever see a man with children or a man with an emotional woman? He knows how to comfort her and to offer words of consolation and give her insight and show her I care and things like that. Men are lovers. Men are soft. And there's nothing wrong with a man being soft. But definitely a man removing his testicles and giving it to his woman like a pair of earrings is a problem. Because if his balls are not hanging, hers will be. She will take his balls and attach them and be wearing them. So a man needs to also know, I have a stance. I stand for something, and either you get on this program or you have to get going, ma'am. But the guys who are desperate for a woman, they're going to tolerate any nonsense. Let's just finish this, because even though this is only a 10-minute clip, can you believe we're only 6 minutes through it?
example of you having a choice.
I can tell you this: if you grew up in northern Nigeria, you might very well be circumcised.
Your story contradicts itself. That's my point.
It doesn't contradict itself.
Because you claim,
no, Pearl, the story doesn't contradict itself. You are an ignoramus. You are a person who only knows about what goes on in America, and then you picked up some talking points from these goofy men on the internet. And I'm not going to say all are goofy, but let me tell you something. A lot of them are goofy. They are goofy. They are. I'm sorry, you may not like that. It's the truth. A lot of these men out here don't want to compete. They don't want to elevate themselves, and they don't want to dominate. And then as weaker men who follow behind the women, they end up getting themselves jammed up with a bitch who plays the game better than they do. You're coming to the table talking about tradition as if it's a given. Oh, I come to the table as a good man. I've got a degree and a good job. So just bow before me. And the woman is looking at you like, bitch, you got a degree and so have so many others. We're wild out here. We're wild. We need to be tamed. So if you're not going to get the chair and the whip like the lion tamer in the circus and crack that whip sometimes, that lion is going to roar and bite you. I'm telling you, continue to play. Continue to play.
There was no choice, and you had a choice.
Correct.
She
didn't say there was no choice. The choice is on an individual basis, Pearl. It depends on your family dynamic, how progressive they are, how westernized they are, how much money they have.
Just have a choice. Did you hear what I said?
No.
The girl didn't have a choice. Because she was just a girl.
Why?
By virtue of being a girl.
She was 18. Was she not?
Who gives a shit if she's 18, Pearl? If she's 18 and hasn't been educated, okay, she's 18, so what do you want her to do with no education and no prospects? Like, even though 18, you're legally an adult, how many people are 30 and still live at home? So what has 18 got to do with anything? She doesn't live in a country where she can just run up to the government office and say, oh, my parents shouted at me. I'm so upset now. Can you give me some benefits and a property? Bitch, you go out in the road talking about how your parents disciplined you. The people on road will discipline you too. They're like, bitch, they should have beat you more. Let me just take up where they left off. Are you stupid? Even if you are being abused, you may have nowhere to go in a developing country. But ignoramus Pearl doesn't understand that because she's not a human being. She's a cyborg. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But she doesn't have the life experience. The Bible says foolishness is tied up in the heart of a child. It's natural for a child to be stupid. I don't mean that to disrespect. You got kids. I'm not trying to be mean. But it's natural for a child to have a very naive view about the world. They watch TV and they think the nonsense they see on TV can really happen in real life. You tell them something, they don't understand the repercussions. Even though Pearl is a woman in her mid-20s at this point, she's still very ignorant, naive, immature, and stupid. That's why she says the things she says, because she comes probably from a predominantly white area where everybody's kind of on the same level. She's never seen the other side of the train track. She doesn't even have the intelligence as a person talking about these issues to go and learn about other ways of living. Pearl, get out of England. Go to Pakistan. In fact, you better make sure if you're going to Pakistan, you take one of these male content creators with you because you will be raped in 5 minutes. And if you are from Pakistan, you need to fall back because we know Pakistan and South Africa are the rape capitals of the world. Relax. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. I'm just the news bearer. Relax. Why do you think in Saudi Arabia women go out with an escort? Why do you have to cover from head to toe with your clothes sweeping the floor? To avoid the male gaze. And if there's a little form in the back, even as a woman going out on alone in these streets, you can be harassed. Am I lying? Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Anybody who disputes what I'm saying, you can Google it now. After we finish here, go and look at women going to Hajj, Mecca, and while they're going around the Kaaba, men are pinching their bum and molesting them. Go and check it out. Go and check it out. So Pearl is running her damn mouth in a country where women fought to actually enable her to walk street all times of night freely. Muslims talking about they want to bring Sharia law to the West. When I finish work late at night, I see all these hijabis roaming about on their phone, not paying attention to where they're going and who's around them. Yes, thank you, you're welcome. The women who came before you, the kuffar, the unclean one, the nijis, the dirty ones, the ones that you talk about, the kuffar, the polytheists. Yes, we fought for the right for you to walk street without a chaperone. You're welcome. You're welcome. When you walk road with your iPhone and all those things, your earbuds in, you don't give a damn who's around you at night. When you're walking street safely and you make it home, the job that you go to and you have £2 in your damn pocket, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. We fought for that so you can roam streets, so you can talk shit about this country while being in this country, living free off the freeness. You're welcome. Disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. You just come here talking shit about this land is the land of the kuffar, the unclean one, the nijis, the dirty one. That's what they call us when they pray. Don't let us be like the Christians and the Jews. 5 times a day, that's what the Muslim says. Am I lying? If you speak Arabic and you're Muslim, talk the truth and shame your devil. Disrespecting this land. Did you not just pay 10,000 to come in the boat and nearly drown to get here? The land of the kuffar? Go to Saudi where they have Sharia law if Sharia is so wonderful. But that's a conversation for another day. I might do a video on Islam. Because you're out here disrespecting the West while killing yourself to come here. You have £10,000 to pay a human trafficker? Nigga, you don't need to be here because there's a lot of British people that don't have £10 and you have 10,000 to stow away in a boat and nearly drown in the Let me get back to Pearl. Shout out to Dr. Thunder in the building. Yo, them people here out here talking hella greasy about the West, but you're killing yourself and stowing away under the plane. You know, there's places in London where people find dead bodies in their garden because after they stow away in the plane, they fall out as the plane is about to land. Don't ever play games with your life, ho. Don't ever. People out here disrespecting the West while you walk freely, making big money to send all of it back to Pakistan. You're out here trying to turn England into Pakistan after you just fled Pakistan. Are you mad? Are you well? I'm actually scared of us black people in the UK. We don't realize how vulnerable we are. Look how the other communities are starting to dominate. Yo, we got to do better. But let me tell you one thing. Black people need to stop being all spiritual and goofy and African religion. You need to start doing what the Chinese and the Asians do. They might not use that stuff, but they don't have a problem producing that stuff. Black people are producing every minute, everywhere you go, they're selling incense and fragrance oil. That bullshit needs to stop. Nobody is buying that shit. Stop it. We cannot build a society on fragrance oil from Arabia and Nefertiti and Queen of Sheba. We don't need that bullshit. I will go and buy something from the pound shop. It sprays good for 5 minutes, and as the breeze blow on me, every cent gone. I will work with that. It's fine. Start producing something that everybody wants, because that's what the other communities understand. We will trade with each other, but we will sell to everybody because all their money is legal tender. I don't need to like you. I don't need to agree with you. I don't need to believe in you. I just need your money to be right and legal. That's all we need. Black people out here trying to have morality with business. As if anybody needs incense. Nonsense. I think it's because you guys don't have as much, that much 1%ers in the black community. Yeah, we need people who are radical, who will talk. You know, Umar Johnson is setting black people back. I don't know how popular he is over here, but he's a good talker, but that's about it. you know, this is my little thing, my aces. When I came across this, I said, wow, this really makes sense. The more aces you go through, the more likely you are to have all kind of issues, substance abuse, failure at school. You know, if you have 4 or more aces, you're more likely to attempt ending your own life. You know, promiscuity. Obviously, an unhealthy lifestyle is going to increase the chances of you having a disease. You're more likely to have substance abuse and things like that. So these are the kind of things. Pearl doesn't address these issues. She doesn't get to the root of the problem. She's just out here running her mouth because she has a whitewashed, sterile view of the world. You know? She has a very naive, sterile view of the world as a young person because she's never lived life and she hasn't seen life. She doesn't know what it's like. Stop hovering about in London, which is basically another version of the States. Go to South Africa with your chaperone and your gun on your waist, because you will need it. As a white woman with the blonde hair, you will get targeted. So be careful. You're from South Africa. Relax. We know what the problem is. Stop pretending. You go to Brazil. I don't know if you're going to go to Brazil. Go to some of these South American countries where a drug dealer will say, girl, come here. You're going to run this. Like, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, put this package in your bag and take it. Okay, tell that man no. Tell that man no. Tell that man no. We will be retrieving your body parts from all over the damn country because he is not just going to kill you. He will mutilate you, chop you, and scatter you there. Fox gone with piece of you because he toss it somewhere in the woods. And these people are talking about femicide. You need to go to South America where they know about femicide. The nonsense you're talking about, Pearl, and a lot of these Western women is nothing compared to what people are really suffering with in other parts of the world. You're whinging because a man held the door for you or called you a woman. But there are countries where if you're a woman, you can just get snatched up just like that. I'm not saying that you can't get snatched up in the West. You can. People do. People go missing all the time. Children go missing, unfortunately, all the time. But there's a culture. That's why we need a voice for women and men and boys. Everybody deserves to have a voice. But inhumane robot Pearl doesn't understand that because she has too much money in her eyes. The silver spoon is over her eyes. It's not in her mouth. It covers her eyes, so she can't see nothing other than Pearl is a child. She needs to sit down. My workplace was sending some of us to India for some time, and my co-workers went there for some time. They let us know India does not respect women at all. The disrespect was real. Bro, listen, let's digress. Because I know there's some Muslims who might come through and they're very offended. Now, you can be offended. That's your business, my sweet. But let me tell you, we know. Let me take this one off. You can be offended because you guys don't want to address, you don't want people to talk. But Islam is from the devil. Let me tell you that. Islam is not of God at all. Now, I want to let me type it in front of you so you can see. Pakistani rape game. This one is a game that the Muslims play. It's not just Muslims, right? You see them videos? When you're ready, you can go and look for it. Right? This is the Yazidis. They say these people worship the devil And in fact, it sounds like they worship the devil. Yes, they worship an angel, an evil angel. These are grooming gangs in UK. Look at them. That one is a Sikh. Oh shit, the picture gone. Let me change it. The man in the top left with the turban, he could even be a Sikh. But look at them. They come here and they start grooming the girls as young as 10. Imagine you have a 10-year-old sister, a 10-year-old daughter. Think about yourself if you're a female 10 years old, what you were doing, playing with Dolly, roaming the street. And you get a big man like this telling you he's going to be your boyfriend. And before you know it, you're full of drugs being pimped out in a rundown house somewhere. And why didn't they stop these men? The police refused to stop them because they said we don't want to be accused of being racist. Oh, but you can brutalize the black man though. It's all right for you to knee him, kick him, throw him on the floor. You don't care about being accused of being racist when you're doing it to a black man. But God forbid you ever touch an Asian. When these people come over in their droves looking a quote-unquote asylum, don't you see rapes and assaults go up? But then the liberals are saying, bring them here. The country is open for all. Okay, let your house be open. The reason why I wouldn't say to a liberal, open your house, is not because of you. But if you have children in that house, I wouldn't want them to go to your house and rape your children. But even you haven't got sense. We have more sense to say protect your children than even you as a liberal person who said open the borders like a dog. But that's not what I'm looking for anyway. I'm looking for the rape game, where you have a group of men who swarm. I don't know if this is fake or what. I don't know. A group of men will swarm a woman. And like say there's 19 men and one is trying to save her. So they pick a target, they surround the woman, and then afterwards, they're all trying to rape her. They're trying to pull her clothes off, pull her scarf off, drag her on the ground. And the one man is fighting all 19 men with the woman. That's the game. You think I'm lying? Go and look for it. That's a different something. I can't find. The UK grooming gangs. This is not it. I think it's somewhere closer to the top. And they will tell you this is a moral country. I can't even remember what it's called now. It's got a name. Why? Because these men don't respect women. In Islam, a woman has half the intellect of a man. She has no rights, no status. So when these men come to the West and they see all these women walking freely, walking around half naked, no man, they say, easy prey. Am I lying? Talk to me. Am I lying? So when you're ready, you can go and look for it. The Muslim rape game or rape game or Pakistani rape game. It's got a name. Oh, wait. I didn't show the damn screen. You see? This one, they blur her face. In Pakistan. So Pearl is hiding in the UK where women have fought for her to see it there? I mean, I'm not saying that this doesn't happen everywhere. Men are attacking women everywhere. But you're acting like this stuff is not a prevalent problem in certain countries, and these women haven't got any rights. I was watching a video, and this is, like I said, the Yazidis taken hostage and forced into marriage and raped by terrorists. Why? Because they don't believe in Allah. So because they're not Muslim women, not that that really means anything, then they're getting attacked and kidnapped. Pearl hiding in the UK. You see it there? Islamabad, Pakistan. Where is Pearl marching for the rights of this woman? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, she doesn't deserve rights. Goofy Pearl. See there? I don't know what that is. We don't know what happened to her. But there was another story of a reporter, and basically while she was reporting, like they just start grabbing her, ripping her clothes off in the street, and she had to run for her life. Boy, even actually she ran naked. She ran naked through the streets because the men had torn her clothes off. But this. Oh, here we go. Taharush. I don't know how much of this I can play. Fair use, graphic content, fair use. Where's the nasty banner? I have to put it up because YouTube is a dog. Taharush. You're Muslim? Answer. I don't even know if I want to play it because it's very graphic. You see the woman? You see the woman? I don't know if is my cursor showing on the screen? No. But you can see, right? In the middle of this shot is a woman. This light blue with the light blue jeans, that is a woman. And you see how they're all circling her and grabbing her from side to side. They're going to strip her. They're going to pull her by the hair. I saw one story. The woman was protesting in Egypt and one man knocked her to the ground and another guy reversed the car on her hair and she couldn't get up. And while she's pinned on the ground, men are attacking her. So I don't want to hear nothing about Islam. I don't want to hear nothing about, we all are Abrahamic faith and things like that. And I certainly don't want to hear Pearl talking about women's rights. Because this will be Pearl if she goes to Pakistan and leaves herself careless. Okay? Yeah, listen, there's been too many stories like this, George. Too many. See there? I don't know if this is a Western woman because I see the hair is very dark. But see there? Look at them. Look at this. And this is what I'm saying. It's a culture of rape, bruv. Because the group inside is attacking the woman apart from the one man playing the game on the side of the woman who's fighting them all off. And the others form like a barricade. They stand up there like, what was it? Trey Songz with Justin Bieber on the lookout, creating a distraction so people can't see what's going on behind them. Can you imagine? How terrifying. I watched one video. I don't even know if I want to play it because it makes me feel sick. A woman apparently was in Saudi. She's a teacher. And because they have the policy, the testimony of a woman is half that of a man. This woman got picked up in a taxi. Instead of the man taking the woman where she's supposed to go, he drives her out to the wilderness and rapes her. When she comes back to the town to prosecute, nothing happened because her testimony is half that of the man. She testify against him, but because she's a woman, she don't have no say. Obviously, the reputation gone out now that she's this, that, and the third, even though she's the victim. She said one day she just came to work, emptied her desk, and walked out. No justice. Where is Pearl for that woman? Your big mouth is open. Where is your mouth open for these women and girls, Pearl? You're running up and down in the streets of London where we've already worked hard to make it safe for you to run up and down like a loose dog. Go to some of these developed countries. Not really Turkey. I don't think Turkey's that bad. I never hear nothing really about Turkey. Go to Pakistan, go to Saudi, go to all these countries, go to South Africa, go to Brazil. In fact, I don't want you to go, pal, because you'll be attacked in a minute. You're a goofy. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Even though you're a donkey, I don't want you to go to Pakistan and be raped or gang raped or murdered. You're an idiot, but you don't need to pay with your life. But I need you to open your eye and your brain and your heart a little bit and understand that there's more to life than what you see in America, because the world is not America. Taharush Gemia. Until now, this phenomenon has not been known in Germany. But you will know it in Germany because your borders were open. You see? So, I mean... Wow. So, that was the video. That's one of the videos. And also, if you think I'm lying about the something, it's called I can't remember what it's called now. Harassment, can't spell. Carbo, let's see. See there? Sexual abuse at Mecca. Women talking about how because when you go to do pilgrimage at Mecca, you have to walk because obviously everybody comes at the same time. And you know, because of the pagan roots, when these men go to pilgrimage, before they used to go around the Kaaba naked, because the Kaaba is nothing but a pagan shrine that used to be full of idols. And they used to go around it naked because it was fertility. The man used to push his penis on the black stone, and the woman, when she was menstruating, would touch herself and lay her hand on the black stone and pray for a baby. But when Muhammad came and instituted Islam, he kept the practice, but he said, okay, just wear some clothes. So the men just wrap in a sheet. They haven't got no damn panty on underneath. So obviously, in a culture of segregation, finally, when they go to Mecca to do the pilgrimage and they have to go around the Kaaba, everybody packed in like carnival. The men start grinding on the women in front of them. And obviously, if somebody's pinching your ass and you're packed in like a stampede, how can you know which hand is touching you? Somebody could be to your left, to your right, behind. Somebody come between someone else's legs and they're molesting the women, touching them up. Am I lying? You're Muslim. Answer. There's a hashtag. I can't remember what it's called now, but groped by Holy Mosque Guard. Mecca Me Too. Male harassment as the women are going around the Kaaba. Because if you look in this picture, it looked like specks. Everybody in the white is a man. Everything in black is a woman. So it's easy to spot the women. You see it there, it's a bit clearer. All those black marks are women. See? He starts to grab my bum and squeeze it. She said she was sexually harassed during Hajj in 2010. And obviously for a lot of these women, they're not really promiscuous like this. So a man just pinching them on the bum, it really affects them. Mosque Me Too, that's it. these people? Where is Pearl talking about the rights? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. She doesn't deserve rights. Just grope her, it's fine. Just grope her, it's fine. Pearl is an ignoramus. Doesn't know anything about life. Doesn't know anything about life. All she knows is her daddy's silver spoon. Yeah, the Mosque Me Too movement. I thought they were so righteous. So if you're so righteous, why are you pinching your sister on the bum when you're in your most holy place? Why are you squeezing a woman who's not your wife's bum? Because you think you can get away with it?
Than the average man. You know, for example, women were never required to go to, because again, you know, freedom came with
okay,
yeah, but why?
So we moved on now to a white lady.
No, I'm afraid not. And you know, as we've seen on International Women's Day, I have had a message on social media that says that I'm only spouting what my husband has allowed me to spout. And here we are in 2024. So no, we need to fight for the rights of women. And I think it makes it even more impressive on International Women's Day that the misogyny is still alive and kicking. Women didn't have the vote in the United Kingdom until 100 or so years ago.
Why?
Why? Because they were not considered to be clever enough. They were not considered to be
that's not why. Have you
absolutely
so you guys
right.
Come on
Please
TV.
don't tell
have
me
you
that.
read the writings? Have you read the writings of the early suffragists from the 1920s?
Is that right?
No,
hang on, one at a time. Hang on.
You haven't. That's the funny thing. And it's because, again, you know, freedom came with responsibility. Freedom came with the responsibility where you had to be enlisted in the draft. That is why women did not get the vote. Most people in history did not get to vote. This was not simply a man or a woman thing. It was we do not get the freedom without the responsibility that comes with it.
And here in the United Kingdom, it was to do with owning property. It was women were not considered to be relevant on their own. They had to take their husband's status, and they weren't allowed into the House of Commons for some considerable period of time. And if you're 50% of the population, why should you not represent them? So no, I think we need to keep on fighting the fight for women on International Women's Day. I don't like the marketing aspects of it.
Property owners.
Yeah, so I agree. You know, at the end of the day, if women make up half the world, what people decide affects us. So why shouldn't we have a say? Why shouldn't we have an opportunity to vocalize what impacts our life? And as I said, if we don't have a say, we're going to be abused. Anybody who doesn't have power is open to be abused, whether they're male, female, adult, or child. There are adults being abused and trafficked right now, kids being abused and trafficked right now, animals being abused. Anywhere where people or creatures don't have rights, there's an opportunity to be abused.
Ownership came with the responsibility of owning property. And that's the thing. Freedom always came with responsibility. And we go on these shows and we spout out stuff like, you guys clearly haven't read this stuff.
Well,
it's so obvious.
The little writings of the Magna Carta.
The writings of the suffragettes and the anti-suffragettes at the time, because you really don't understand what went on at the time until you've actually read from the people at the time.
Let me just quickly, before I let you go, Pearl. I mean, I hear the criticisms of International Women's Day and things, but if I can actually, as they say, speaking as a man, if I can say, the thing that I do think is a criticism of this is that we do tend to, and it goes slightly to what Esther said, is that there's a lot of focus on high-end professions and like membership of boards, for instance. As a stat I have here that was being given out by the WEF, that women only make up 37.8% of boards. Isn't there a risk, though, with all this? That actually what something like International Women's Day does is it focuses on like high-status professions, and it ignores the kinds of young women and girls Esther referred to. I mean, what I mean is ordinary people. And that there's this focus on the strangest, highest end professions and just an ignoring of some real needs of some real people.
Sorry, what's the
question? You see, even though this is sped up, look how long Pearl had to think. She was like, computing, processing, it's buffering. You can see the buffer in her eyes. I'm surprised they didn't start going in circles, because it's never crossed Pearl's ignorant mind that outside of America and outside of these women complaining about not getting a pay rise and the gender pay gap, there are actually real human beings who need to be represented. That thought has never crossed this goofy broad's mind. Never. That's why when he said that, she almost lost her shit. And she's like, you mean there's people outside of America? There's people outside of America? Because obviously British people are always trying to be like Americans. We are. So she, you know, it's a home from home. But she doesn't understand that outside of America, there are real people with real issues. What do you mean?
Do you agree that that International Women's Day ends up focusing on, arguably, these high-end problems instead of some of the actual problems that do exist for some girls around the world, particularly in the developing world?
Yeah, and you know, I'm speaking from the West because
well, yeah, you know, well, now you mention it, I was going to get to that. Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, yeah, I understand in the developing world. I mean, she doesn't give a shit about colored people in the developing world. She's best friends with Nick Fuentes. Why the hell does she give a shit about a little girl who's having her vagina chopped up? Or, you know, sold at 7 or 10 to a man of 30 or 40. Why is this bitch going to care about that? That doesn't even cross her mind. That thought doesn't cross her mind. Child marriage, forced labor, drug running, gang rape culture. These two eyes have never focused on anything of consequence like that. Let me tell you. She just goes, rips off something from Kevin Samuel's webpage, repackages it, and then comes into the internet like she's a champion. Life has nuance. There's more to life than just the West. There's more to the world than just America. It took me a long time to figure out why I can't stand.
in the West. I can't really speak the countries that I'm not from, right? Or I don't live in.
You're not from England, but are you not here? Are you from England, but are you not here? Then you need to go back. You see, every time she talks, she's just sinking herself further. You're talking about giving up rights, but you still have rights. You're talking about women not working and being traditional, but you work and you're not traditional. You're talking about husbands and children and all this nonsense, but you don't have a husband or a child. Now you're talking about I can't speak for a country I'm not in, but yeah, you're here in England. My friend, let me escort you back to Heathrow very quickly. Useless woman.
But yeah, I mean, in all honesty, what percent of people are going to be the board of anything? What percent of people are going to be...
My girl quickly swerved the conversation. She doesn't want to talk about the real issues where women need a voice. She can't because she hasn't got a clue. So she quickly ran back to the conversation about the boards. How many people are really on the board of anything?
CEOs. It just doesn't speak to the average existence of a man and a woman in this country. And the truth of the matter is women do not do the hardest jobs in society. You know, I can quote A World Without Men by Aaron Clarey. They have an actuary verify these statistics. Women do not do the hard jobs in society. Men do the...
And what hard job do you do, Pearl? Oh, wait. What hard job do you do, Pearl? When was the last time you mowed a lawn or climbed up on the rope to cut down all the branches from the tree? When was the last time you were digging the road at night or down in the sewer, Pearl? When? You don't want to do it. You're just like all the other women, 99%. When was Pearl in the army? What gun did Pearl shoot? What enemy did Pearl shoot down? What land did she defend? I'll wait.
Majority of infrastructure jobs.
Well, that's certainly true. Pearl, thank you very much for being with us.
Nonsense. So that's it, my peoples. That's it. I told you, I don't know how this video come to be 5 hours long. I really don't, but it did. Shout out to everybody who joined the live. I really appreciate you. George said, no, Auntie, don't tell her to go back. Why not? Why not? No, she out here talking about, I can't speak to a country that I'm not from. But were you not interviewing people in the streets of the UK? So why are you talking to them when you're not from here? What pay gap? We know there's no damn pay gap. Women work differently to men. Women work differently to men. Women often do shift work. They do jobs that often pay less, you know, because pay often is predicated on danger. A job that requires more skill or is more dangerous obviously deserves a higher rate of pay, especially because fewer people can do it. The news platform Devils from Pearl to that crazy stalker lady from Baby Reindeer. You see? But I don't know how. So I don't really care if Pearl stays or goes. My thing is, Pearl is a little baby who doesn't know anything about life. And life is very nuanced. You have to have a degree of compassion and understanding because people are coming from different places. And it's one thing to want to bring correction. I don't have a problem with that. But at the same time, you also have to have a degree of compassion and humanity because people also need to be healed. You know, again, going back to the Bible, there's a lot of people have heard the story of the Good Samaritan, okay? And it says that there was a man who was attacked by the side of the road and left for dead. And a religious man came past and he said, because the man could be dead, I don't want to touch him because that's going to make me unclean. He crossed to the other side and walked past the man. Another religious man came, he saw the same thing. He crossed over, and a Samaritan it was an ethnic group of people who were half Jewish, half something else. So when like Jews were taken into captivity, as they were kept as prisoners, they would mingle and they would breed a race of half Jew, half non-Jew. And the pure Jewish people rejected them. So this man is a Jew who's been injured, but a Samaritan comes along and sees him by the side of the road. And the Bible says the man cleaned up the wounds and poured in oil and wine. Why? Because the wine obviously contains alcohol, which will kill the bacteria to stop an infection. And the oil will begin the healing process. Yes, you have to clean people up. Yes, you have to maybe exercise the wound. And sometimes in order to bring healing, first you have to open the wound up and cause more damage in a sense before you can actually stitch the person up. You can't stitch the person up and there's debris and dirt in the wound. Cleaning the wound is painful. Of course, when you pour alcohol on a wound, it's going to burn. But you've saved that person's life because at the end of the day, if you don't clean the wound will become infected. So after you pour the wine and you clean the wound, you pour the oil to start the healing process and protect the wound from getting, further infected. So healing is a two-part situation. If you just bring the correction, then you're going to be harsh. You could hurt the person more even though you're trying to help because you're not healing as you're like sometimes you break a bone and the bone heals badly. In order for that bone to be healed correctly, it's broken again and reset in a better way than it set itself before. Because if you leave a broken bone, sometimes it will heal by itself, but it will heal badly. This is why they put the arm or the leg or whatever in a cast to hold it in the position it needs to be so it can heal in a better way. If that bone heals by itself, maybe it will heal crooked. So you have to break the bone again, shape it, and then let it heal in the correct manner. A lot of people out here are broken. You can't just come like the wine and say, I'm bringing healing and correction. I'm bringing correction. I'm purging. Yes, you have to bring purging, but you also have to bring healing. You can't just be out here going ham on people like a punching bag and a dog that you kick in the corner of the room. That's why some of these content creators, I just had to say respectfully, I bow out. understand you're passionate. I understand that you have work and it comes through. Maybe it's your rage or whatever. But at the same time, you're also hurting people who are also hurt. The Bible says, don't hang around with an angry person or you may learn their ways. It's all fun and games when we're on here laughing and joking and cussing people and calling people names, you know, myself included. But in reality, we have a duty to our audience to not encourage them to do things that's harmful to them. And anger is one of those things. I understand you're passionate, but some of these guys go too far. And again, where's the humanity? Where's the nuance? Where's the balance? You know, I'm not saying that you can't criticize women. We have to. Anyone can get the smoke. But at the same time, we also have to be sympathetic to where people are coming from. Sometimes they didn't do better because they just didn't know better. And as individuals, as we start to know better, we have a duty to shit or get off the pot. Do something with the information. Don't just sit here being entertained. So with that being said, I need to get up out of here. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the UK. I really appreciate everybody who came through. You know, Samaritans were not like back in the day, that's for sure. I really appreciate everybody who contributed to the chat. Thank you so much for being patient with me. You know, obviously, I haven't been around for a long time. But this video and the promise I made brought me out of my hidey hole. So what can I say? I hope everybody has a good Sunday. I appreciate everybody who's been consistently putting in the work. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you so much for all of the commitment to the YouTube, the content creators who stayed with it and actually have kept doing what they need to do. I really appreciate all the work, the foundation that's been laid over the years. And yeah, just keep pressing, everybody. With that being said, you know, if you liked the video, give it a big thumbs up, share it with somebody who you think needs to see it, like and subscribe, and I will catch you in the next one. Peace.